We're live? Good to go. Welcome, everybody, to Gauntlet Cohort 3 Demo Day. I'm your host, Patrick Skinner, and my co-host here, very lovely, John Lucas. I'm going to be going through the entire process, but first and foremost, what I want to talk about first is I really want to congratulate everybody that has made it this far. So give yourself a round of applause. This cohort has gone through 10 weeks, and over 1,000 projects have been developed during these 10 weeks out of all of you. This, out of the total hours that have been worked accumulatively, there's been more than 500,000 total hours worked in the last 10 weeks, which is an insane thing to calculate. You guys have done so much as far as developing new projects, inspiring new innovations, and then most importantly, it's inspired each of you to grow so much more from where you were to where you are now. So again, one more round of applause. I myself am an alumni of Gauntlet AI, and I'm really proud to get to see you guys as first for this cohort, first as a mentor, and as soon as you walk off this stage, you will now be my peer. I'm very, very excited about that opportunity. You guys went from 150 challengers, and the moment you all walk off the stage, it'll be 74 champions. That's an amazing thing that you guys have accomplished. So last one, a round of applause, yeah. How many projects do we have total? It's like 27? 22, yeah. We have 22 total projects that will be presenting today. I'm really excited to be able to introduce each and every project to you all. Each project will be 5 minutes long, and we will get started in just a few minutes. So thank you, guys. Do we need anything else?
Hello again. So this team saw this problem at Gauntlet, which is, come on up, which is a lot of people cheat on technical interviews. They cheat on technical tests. And hiring managers have this huge problem where they can't trust the authenticity of the test that they're giving. So I'd like to introduce PrompTest, who built this solution in just a week. Thank you, guys.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. Kicking things off, my name is Tamid Rahim, and I'm joined here by my co-founders, Tyler and Marcus Day. And we're here, like John mentioned, to solve a massive problem that almost every hiring team is facing in this new day and age. AI has fundamentally changed hiring. From take-home tests, lead code, and even video interviews have become simple and easy to cheat on because of companies like Cluely and Final Round AI. These old, reliable, dependable, proven methods are now finally breaking. But for us, that's not a problem, but an opportunity. So we built PrompTest, an AI-first, AI-native technical screen that embraces this new reality. We designed a simple web-based environment when candidates must work alongside AI to even pass. We then capture the full session and generate a clear, detailed report. What they shipped, what passed, and how well did they leverage AI to get there. I'm now going to pass it off to my colleague, Tyler, who's going to take you through the eyes of the candidate, what this whole thing looks like.
As a candidate, I'll receive an interview invitation email from a hiring company. Once I click it, it'll let me select from a set of programming languages configured by the employer. When I click to start my interview, I'll be taken to a secure, sandboxed, containerized environment where we built Cursor on the web, accessible to anyone on any platform. As you can see, we have the main file editor and explorer. We support VS Code extensions, Git integration, a read-only terminal for the candidate to see, and even a way to preview their app as they develop it. And most importantly, on the left, we have our deep coding AI agent. Using the assistance of this AI agent, the candidate will be able to complete an assignment that would never be possible without AI in the allotted time frame. Once they're finished, they'll go ahead and click Submit Interview. Their test will be evaluated against a battery of tests on the back end, and the results will be sent to the hiring company. And now I'll pass it off to Marcus.
Thank you, Tyler. As someone that's administered and evaluated countless technical screens over the years, I know that if you're going to pay to replace your current system, the new product needs to deliver in 3 key areas. First, you need results that are objective and add value over what you currently have. Second, we need to minimize onboarding and maintenance friction. And third, ideally, we want to automate or eliminate low-value, redundant work from your workflow. So those are the product insights that we kept in mind when we designed the PrompTest UI. It starts with challenges. You can create your own challenge or import one from the PrompTest library. Then you create a job or import one from your ATS system. Once you have a job and a challenge, you create an interview event, which will allow you to invite candidates, just like Tyler showed in his email earlier. Once candidates have the invitation, results start pouring in. Each candidate for each screen receives a detailed report that's scored with our proprietary accept scoring formula. We evaluate test accuracy, context management, token efficiency, planning, and time spent taking the test. There's also a downloadable PDF, which gives you a detailed accept report, as well as a bell curve graph showing relative performance to other candidates. So we're asking you to stop fighting AI, embrace it, let it free you up to do the things that you're great at, and we'll take care of the technical screens. With that, I'll pass it back to Raheem to bring us home.
Thank you very much, Marcus. AI has fundamentally changed how engineers work, and companies either need to adapt fast or risk losing out the best candidates. PrompTest is here to help you understand and find these candidates. Scan the QR code now to try it out. Have your engineers take a go at it and see how they stack up against Gauntlet's best. Thank you very much, everybody.
Very nice. So next we have a team called Mopac. These guys have been grinding for a long time now to rebuild what was an antiquated platform that was successful. They took it from zero and they took it to where it is now, all in a matter of weeks. So this is Matt and Andrew, and welcome Mopac.
Hello. Hello, everybody. So it is Matt and Andrew up here. Marin and Mopac team. If you were on the Mopac team, could you stand up? There's 11 more people in the crowd who contributed to this. And I just want to thank you. I want to thank you individually. We couldn't have done this without you. And it was a little chaotic, if I'm being honest. But we could not have done this without you, so thank you. So 6 weeks ago, Austin had this crazy idea. What if we took a bankrupt company and handed it over to the 13 people and they tried to rebuild it in 6 weeks? So that's what we've done. You go next. A little bit on Marin. What it was an ad tech platform, IPO'd in 2012. It got up to 500 million in market cap, around there. And its core technology was keyword bid optimization. In the old days, you used to have to say for each keyword, we're going to bid 25 cents here and 30 cents there. And then the next day, you would see the results and have to like tweak it. Very manual, terrible process. They automated that. And it did so well that Google was like, you know what? Great idea. We're going to build that. And Google just internalized it. So did Meta. So did all these other companies. So Marin, over the years, just kind of lost their market share. Let's go next. So Mopac was looking at that same ad tech space. Austin set a goal of $500,000, see if we could do that in revenue. And we went after it. So let's go next. In 2025, ad tech is really a duopoly. You have these two platforms, Google and Meta. And this is how much money was spent in 2024 by customers advertising on these two platforms. So $400 billion market, massive market, but there's a big, big problem. The data doesn't communicate between the two. And often in a big company, you'll have a Meta team and a Google team, and there's just insights aren't passing between the two platforms. So that's where Mopac's opportunity lies. You go next. Go back one real quick. Yeah. So the opportunity is to be that bridge in the middle and to pull insights from one platform and apply it to another. Say, you're targeting this audience really well on Meta. Let's try adding these keywords in Google that would target the same person. Or this ad copy combination is doing really well on Google. Let's try that in Meta. There's nothing that does that in the market. And as you start talking about other platforms, you know, Reddit, TikTok, the opportunity just continues to grow. So at the end of the day, Mopac is really just trying to save advertisers time and save them money. All of our features are aimed towards that. And go next. As someone with years of experience in search and marketing, I know how much of the work is manual. And you'd be surprised how much of the work is sitting at a desk just filling out rows of Excel. I mean, when ChatGPT 3 came out, I knew like this is a massive opportunity because LLMs are bulk text manipulators at the end of the day, and that's what search engine marketing is. So one of the tools I built is Copy Refresh, and what it does is it identifies all the losing headlines in your accounts and replaces them with other semantically similar winning headlines. So you can just say, we like what this is saying, but it's clearly not resonating. Let's switch it with what is working. And it's a fan favorite. It's one of those tools that pays for itself, and it makes you more money. So let's pass it off to Andrew.
Thanks, Matt. I'm going to go over a couple different features. Display ads lets you generate images all in one place and send to any ad platform. This saves you time and money by optimizing the ad creation process. Next. So SQR Builder. SQR Builder keeps keywords in sync with your search terms for products your customers are already looking for. This saves you time and money by optimizing your ad groups. Next slide. Change Tracker shows all the changes made to your ad count. This saves ad agencies money by reducing customer churn rate. And these are just some of the products that our customers are using right now on Mopac. So 6 weeks ago, we had $0 and no product. And then after Austin tasked us with making 500K, and the deadline for that was today. So after the last 6 weeks, we have made 1.2 million. And it's only increasing. So if you're in the marketing world, we will make you money and make your life easier. It's live right now. Go to mopacsoftware.com to sign up. Thank you very much.
Guys, let me ask you a couple questions. Get back up here. In the meanwhile, we're waiting for Jonathan and Yan to come set up their next presentation. But just tell us a little bit about the grind of Mopac.
Yeah. I think the average all-nighters was like 3 between the 13 of us. There was a lot of sleepless nights, literally. We learned a lot about working on a team of 13. A lot of merge conflicts, a lot of architectural decisions. But the funnest part, I think, was connecting to the customer and just listening to what they needed. And there was a lot of sales calls, listening to what tools they would want. And it shaped the product. It morphed. It wasn't the same on week 1 as week 6. And we were just listening to customers and building what they needed. Yeah.
Thoughts, Andrew?
Yeah. I think it was just a great opportunity, just working with the people. The same 6 people, or the same 13 people. It was really nice. And yeah, just learned a lot working with a group of AI engineers in one group. A lot of learning lessons from that.
What does it feel like to run it up back from 0 with the team past 1 million? Feelings on that?
I mean, it's the era. This is that era of being able to spin up product really quick. I mean, building has never been cheaper and faster. And yeah, I think we're in that moment in human history. Yeah.
Well, thank you guys. So this is a really interesting team. I don't know if they'll talk about this, but they told me the other day that the product that they built is so useful that they can't release it to the public because it's actually dangerous. So I want to welcome Orchipod. This is Jonathan, and then Yan is on the screen.
Thank you, John. All right, Yang. Are you speaking? Wait 1 second. Okay. Yeah, 1 sec here. All right. Yang.
Oh,
Let's do it.
There we go. Let's go.
all right. Woo. Good afternoon and good evening from Munich, Germany. I'm Yan Yan. I'm a DEFCON speaker and a former Coinbase security engineer.
And I'm Jonathan Skeet, a former machine learning engineer for Bridgestone Americas and currently an AI product engineer. And today we're going to present our product called Orchipod, which is an autonomous, intelligent pen testing tool. And why autonomous pen testing? That's because manual pen testing is broken. It's point in time, meaning it's not keeping track of your continuous updates. It usually takes about 2 to 4 weeks to complete and generally costs between 20 and 50K per run. And who would need Orchipod? That's businesses in regulated industries such as healthcare or financial services, and of course, government entities. The data-heavy businesses such as SaaS and any business undergoing rapid change.
Orchipod utilizes LLM-powered deep agent and coordinates to execute full penetration testings. Each sub-agent operates autonomously and executing tasks throughout the 4 typical stages in a pen testing engagement. I'll be presenting a successful exploitation to show how Orchipod works today. Oh. Sorry. During a pen test engagement, Orchipod starts by collecting information on a target, and that could be IP addresses, port numbers, or software version numbers. Once it collects those information, and the pod will attempt to look for vulnerabilities, such as command line injections, cross-site scriptings, and SQL injections. And after the pod collects the vulnerability information, it will attempt to exploit the vulnerabilities. In this case, the exploit was successful. Let me fast forward a little bit. With the successful exploit, the pod was able to utilize the unauthorized access and escalate the privileges, compromise other accounts, install backdoors, harvest all the data, and took over the server completely and covered all the tracks. This is it. It's faster, cheaper, and better, and completely autonomous. Over to you, Jonathan.
Yes, this is Orchipod. And for any of you who would like the guarantees that it offers for deploying secure distributed services, come see me and you can join the waitlist and take advantage of our autonomous pen testing tool. Thank you.
Thank you.
These kind of tools come at a very prevalent time in which AI engineering is obviously extremely popular. And so having tools like this to be able to properly test internally the possible vulnerabilities created with AI engineered tools is extremely important. So yeah, next up we have Coach Lynn's here. They're going to go ahead and get set up. They've been working on something extremely interesting because in athletics, the desire for children to be able to get at a higher level is so prevalent in families, but we kind of lose out on a lot of the foundation. And so I want to welcome Coach Lynn's and allow them to introduce how they solve that problem down at the very foundation.
Thank you. Imagine teaching your kid how to write an essay, but really never teaching them how to read. Doesn't that sound insane? In youth athletics, this is exactly what's happening. We're skipping the foundational movements, the recognition pattern that matter the most. And then we're wondering, why is it that our child is getting injured, plateauing, or quitting by the age of 15?
Here's the brutal truth. When it comes to kids and they're learning about the foundational movement skills, if they don't take advantage of it or learn about it before the age of 12, then they can lose out in reaching their full potential when it comes to athletics. The science is clear and there is data available, but coaches are flying blind, trying to create all of this data and turn into something measurable that they can measure.
The solution is long-term athletic development. It's a framework based on measuring what really matters when you're looking at performance. Things like how fast your athlete is growing or how they move, including the 5 S's LTAD stands for: skill, speed, strength, stamina, and suppleness. The thing is, this is not a new framework. In fact, we already have a lot of pros already using it in hockey, baseball, and the junior NBA. The difference is that you need to be an elite coach to have access to this kind of technology until today. That's why we built Coach Lens. It's a performance tracker for coaches to use on the go.
We're 3 software engineers that lived through this. We have an ed tech background, personal training, and a lifetime of playing sports. We talk to coaches and physical therapists, and they all want the same thing: quantifiable data that can be tracked and measured.
Let's get started and show you what the single leg balance test will look like. And this is a revealing test that we can use for young athletes that help expose things such as stability, asymmetry, and risk injury before it becomes something worse. Nani is going to go ahead and start with her right leg. You can see that the computer vision is able to track her body landmarks in real time, and the test will end either one of 2 ways. Nani puts her foot down or her stable standing leg shifts. We'll move on to the left leg. She'll go ahead and raise her left leg, and you can notice her wobbling and swaying. We're able to collect that data and create an assessment.
All right, so let's look at the full report. And while this is generating, I can explain a little bit about what's going on in the background. Our AI agent has received this computer vision landmarks and uses that to analyze and assess the assessment. So we can go down here and see some information. Now, some general info that we're going to get is something like Nani is dominant on her left leg. But the thing is you don't need computer vision to see that. But what we do give you with this app is we're able to let you know the symmetry analysis, as well as knowing how stable they are. And most importantly, are they on track given their age? So we're going to go into our athletes and let's take a look at Dan and how Dan's doing. So you can see Dan is not doing so great. He is regressing and not getting better. And this is the view that we're going to have on all of our athletes. We're going to be providing a holistic view of their performance. And so right now we just have the 1 leg balance test. Nani will talk a little bit more about the future assessments that we do plan to add. But what we added to Coach Lens is an easy way to generate reports for parents. So while that's loading, I'm going to go ahead and show you one of my other favorite features on the app. And that is down here, our Coach AI. So we can ask specific questions on any athlete we already have. So let's go ahead and try. What are some exercises that Dan can do to get better at balance? All right, we'll go ahead and send that away. And meanwhile, let's go ahead and take a look at that. Did we send it? Oh, I forgot to send parent. Whoops. All right, well, let's look at the response we got from the chat AI first. All right, well, live demos, right? So we'll go back to the email and let's go ahead and find out what Dan's assessment progress report looks like. And this is what a parent will be reading. So you should be able to kind of notice in the language, it is very empathetic, but also it's getting straight to the point, letting the parent know that there have been ups and downs. And this is very important when you're establishing that connection with the coach and trainer. So Nani, we'll go ahead and take it.
So we're expanding. We're building a full fundamental movement assessment for the young age that matters the most, 10 to 14. This is the age where foundation is being built, or you can miss it forever. So if you're a parent or a coach of a young child and a young athlete, why would you leave their potential to fate? Instead, you can scan our QR code. Girls, scan the QR code.
We're on our way, on our way.
There you
All
go.
right,
Thank
here
you.
we go.
We can scan the QR code, book a demo, and then we can unlock their true potential together. Thank you.
I know. I was like, wait.
So I don't think they're allowed to talk about it too much, but they've had a couple clients actually, they don't sell in the week, by the way.
Yeah.
But a couple people for adjacent industries who said, we want to license your tech.
I think is my mic on?
My mic's not on.
Oh, yeah. So next up, we have company MCP. This one was very intriguing for me because it actually answers a direct question that I have inside of my own product. So I'm really excited for your guys' demo. Everybody welcome company MCP.
Hey everyone, I'm Miles.
I'm Ethan.
And I'm Noah. And we've all worked for large companies. And if you've worked for a large company, you've probably felt like this guy before. You just started a new project and you're asked to pull some data and you don't even know where to begin. Your company has a ton of different data sets. They're super fragmented across a bunch of different systems and you just don't know how to start. That's why we created Company MCP. We built a deep agent that crawls all of your databases and generates detailed documentation on each of your tables. We then serve up that documentation into a human-readable wiki. For today, we created a database called Synthetic. Synthetic has over 300 tables and could be your company's data. Our deep agent grouped those tables based on similarity and produced human readable wikis with a lot of information about each of those tables.
All right, so we took all that human readable information, but we didn't stop there. We then turned it into AI readable documentation and integrated it with an AI chatbot so you can interact directly with your database. Let's say I'm the CEO of this company and I want to know what our total salary expense was this year. I'll ask the chatbot, what was our total salary expense this year? It's going to search through our documentation, write a query, and then return the answer. Our total salary expense this year was $10.3 million. That was pretty easy. Let's try something a little harder. Let's say I'm a technical product manager, and I want to calculate our total profit margin. That's pretty complex. There's about 6 different tables that need to be queried, 5 joins, and a lot of SQL to write. This is going to search through all of our documentation, figure out what SQL to write it, execute it, and then it'll return an answer in just a few seconds. Here we can see our calculated true profit margin for each of our sales orders. That's something that could take hours or even days to write, but now you can get that answer in just a few seconds. Finally, we also created a Slack bot. So once again, we can ask a question. Let's say you're a software engineer and you're building a deployment tracker and you want to find out about the applications and servers that are running. I can ask our Slack bot and it'll return. Once again, search through our documentation, write the query, execute the query, and return all the information that we need.
If you're having a tough time believing your eyes after those demos, I don't blame you. That's why I want all of you to go to company-mcp.com right now, where you can try everything that you just saw live. And as exciting as those demos are, we think the future for company MCP is even brighter. Why should context just be limited to your database? There's critical knowledge hiding in systems all across your company. Your HR docs, your code base, the tribal knowledge that's in your employees' heads. We want to document all of that, create human readable documentation in an MCP that allows you to interact with it with any chatbot, be it ChatGPT, Gemini, or even Cursor. And if you want to see company MCP in action, we invite you to stick around for the next team who built their entire deep agent powered by company MCP. Thank you.
This is such a great product to be able to communicate with everything that I have internally. I'm so tired of always having to try to find out who to communicate to get certain information from. But this next team is really interesting because in my mind, I'm thinking, why is AI really focused on the engineers right now? So what they're going to present now is Cursor for go ahead. For data research. Everybody welcome Metric.
Software engineers are in the middle of a productivity revolution. Top engineers are shipping 2 to 10 times faster than they were just a few years ago. But what about the rest of us? Where's our revolution? You see, before my team and I were software engineers, we were data analysts, we were data scientists, humans. And we felt the pain of spending over 30,000 hours between us with manual drudgery, writing formulas, running queries. And so at Gauntlet, we wondered, what if we could unlock the 10x analyst or the 10x data scientist? What if analytics and data science were less of an exercise in writing formulas, more of an exercise in human creativity and exercising good judgment? So we realized that one person could do the work of 10. We realized that work could get done in not hours or, we realized that work doesn't have to take months or weeks to get done, but projects could be completed in minutes or hours. And we realized finally that we could be free.
Metric is Cursor for data teams. It's an AI-native analytics workstation that compresses days or even weeks of tasks into hours. There are 3 capabilities that set Metric apart. There's deep integration into data sources like Snowflake, all of your MCPs, and slide deck tools for outputs into Gamma and other presentation formats. Sanjay will show you more.
Let's look at how this works in practice. We'll tackle a common marketing data science problem of understanding the ROI of your advertising channels. I'm going to demo this in the tool. Can you create a marketing mix model for me? First, import data through MCP tool calls, following which create a comprehensive analysis and then export it to presentations. So I'm going to toggle the demo mode so that we can see the actual tool calls in the notebook itself. I'm going to toggle the demo mode so that we can see the tool calls in the notebook itself and we can follow along. As Metric is creating the plan, it'll come up with a step-by-step plan of how to tackle this problem. It's going to break it down into multiple steps. Once the plan has been generated, we have the option to edit the plan. So the plan is here. We have the option to add cards into the plan, delete them, or modify any of the steps. For now, we'll just ask it to proceed. Looks good to me. Please proceed. So as soon as we ask it to proceed, it's going to make upstream data calls to the company MCP to import the tables and understand the context of the problem. That's what it's saying. It created the plan. It's doing a vector search on the company MCP. Now it's understanding the table schema. It's going to import this through the Snowflake MCP tools. Once the data is in the notebook itself, it's going to behave like a data scientist. So it's going to do exploratory data analysis. It's going to understand what features it needs to build. So for the marketing mix model, we need lagged effects of advertising. We need to understand seasonality. We need to understand several different factors. So it's going to incorporate all of those into the model. Let me just scroll through what it's doing. Right now, it's still doing exploratory data analysis. Also, it's telling us what it's doing in the chat box. Once the machine learning model is prepared, it's going to fine-tune it, refine it, and then it's going to export the insights into a presentation for us that can be shared with stakeholders. Let me go to a previous run of this in the interest of time. I'm going to scroll down to the bottom. So these are all the charts it generated. It's a long notebook, and everything was generated through metric. So let's go all the way to the bottom. This is the presentation it generated. And if you can see all the charts from the notebook. In the end, it generates recommendations for you. So it's asking you to reallocate budget. It's telling you what the impact on the final sales is going to be. So that's how metric works.
Metric also has a brain that keeps getting smarter over time. It remembers your schemas, your methodologies, and your workflows. If you build a model once or analyze for customer churn, it remembers and stores that for the next time. Additionally, if someone leaves your team, their memory and capabilities that they used with the tools are captured and saved for the future. This makes onboarding new hires a lot quicker.
Let's look at how this looks in the tool. So there's an agent memory layer. You select your previous analysis. That becomes the starting point for any future analysis. You can include the definition of your metrics within the company. It remembers everything. It becomes sticky over time, and it becomes more and more valuable over time.
Within 1 week, we've already started piloting this with an accounting SaaS company. Their first problem, what Sanjay showed here, is marketing attribution. This is deciding what to do with future marketing dollars. This is a complex problem that requires multiple data sources, complex queries, and has real business impact. This one problem would generate an estimated $100,000 of profit per year for the company. This is one example of what Metric has the capability to do.
This is not the only problem we can solve. It could be fraud detection in the finance department. It could be customer churn analysis in the growth department. It doesn't matter. Any data problem, we can tackle it for you.
So this is what we mean by a product that actually does the work. You ask your questions about the data, Metric runs the full investigation, and it gives you the output that you need.
So we built Metric over the last 7 days to kick off the data science revolution and 10x the output of every analyst and data scientist in your organization. We have one customer who's already signed up. We have several more in the pipeline, and we see a clear path to enabling tens of thousands of businesses just like yours. So if you want to 10x the power of your data science team, scan the QR code here or go to Get Metric, Metric with the Q, getmetric.dev, and join the revolution.
Thank you, guys.
So this next team was part of the original Mopac team, and they'll tell you more about it. But the product that they built in the last week is the result of the actual problems that they experienced during their time at Mopac. So this is Crush GTM, this is Gabe, and this is Matt.
Thank you, y'all. Thank you, y'all. My name is Gabriel Sizemore. This is Matt Barge. We are Crush GTM.
Take a second. I can't see anything. There you go.
So you've got a product. Only problem is that anybody who would actually use it doesn't know about it. Going to market is hard. You've got to find leads, qualify them. You got to reach out to them. You've got to nurture them. And you're constantly using 6 or 7 different applications, Post-it notes all over the place, scraps of paper, and then you multiply it by your sales team, and it just gets out of control trying to organize all of this mess.
And the more time that you spend organizing and following up with customers, you're losing time at top of funnel, which means that you have less leads to bring into your funnel and push them down through the funnel.
We experienced this problem firsthand working with Mopac, and we found that we needed to create a funnel that's not going to be lossy. We need something that's going to keep unified context and keep everybody on the same page as we move forward. So that's why we built Crush GTM. The sourcing is where we begin, as Matt said. so that we can keep your funnel full as you focus on the bottom, where you can spend more time with your customers selling instead of trying to figure out where they're going to come from.
So with Crush GTM, we bring you 25 targeted leads every single day based on your ideal customer profile. This is a nonstop spigot of customers that are relevant for you right into our application.
And the wonderful thing is these are real people. This is scraped off of LinkedIn and enriched with Apollo. We have full context on some of these folks, and they are already qualified for your individual ideal customer profile. And they immediately go into the pipeline. You can send them an introductory email following cold email templates and customize it so that you are in full control.
So as I said, you have an automatic inbound leads always going into your funnel. And so all you have to do is click add to pipeline, and those are add to your list, getting you, getting into your system.
And you can go into any one of these leads and you can find out more of them. The AI takes care of all of the tracking. This is your big brother that makes sure that you are doing right. It gives you a pre-call briefing so that when you contact them, you know exactly what your sales team has interacted with them in the past based upon the emails, the call transcripts, and live recordings.
We enrich all of your leads with all kinds of information about their company, what their potential objections are, what their pain points might be. That way you can know a lot about them. And as Gabe said, you have a pre-call sales briefing, which is the next step you might have is a sales call with them. That way you can know exactly what to talk about with them.
This is my favorite page. I've used this more than any of the other features. And sometimes you're looking around for some information that's not readily available right in the middle of the call. So it helps out that we've got the AI agent in the sidebar that you can directly ask in natural language anything that you need.
Perfect. So we've been sourcing new leads, and we've been learning more about them and preparing for a call. But where are we at overall? Now we have a pipeline, which is when you go to market, one of the things you realize is that every lead needs to go through a process. If you've ever reached out to leads and said, hey, you want to buy my product, and gotten crickets, you probably realize that every lead needs to go from cold to aware to engaged before you even have a chance to sell them.
And with this top-down Kanban board with the pre-sales swim lanes, all of this is sorted automatically by AI again, according to your transcripts and records, but you have manual control over it. So if you know something better than the AI, you can take care of it.
We're automatically ingesting all of your inbound emails and calendar appointments with customers. So essentially, we're doing all the heavy lifting for you, which is you're able to focus on what matters, which is, talking to customers and selling. And we're telling you, we're giving you lots of analysis and support on how to best interact with those customers.
And that means you're never left with your pants down. You know exactly where you are with every customer across every interaction, and nobody's getting lost in the weeds. Brings us to our intelligence page. This is my boss's favorite page. This is where you can keep track of your entire sales team and strategize and make sure that your ideal customer profile is a good definition and that you are reaching out to the people that are actually going to buy your product.
One of the things that's really hard in go-to-market is that you start reaching out to leads and talking to people, but it's hard to see where exactly you are in that overall process. This way you have a view on, and it's based on your real data. It's like, this is your actual sales conversations you've had with customers. And this is telling you, is my messaging resonating with them? Am I talking to the right people? You get personalized recommendations on here specifically to you.
And at the dashboard, we have an overview for each salesperson so that they can see what's going on. Everybody is tied together in the workspace through AI, and it automatically pulls out action items and recent learnings from your calls in general. For example, we had a demo that didn't do so great, and it told us that we needed to stabilize it.
We're giving you all the details about those action items, and really we're providing you suggestions and recommendations of things you need to work on next. What is the next step? And so that way you're always informed during the process, and you can focus on the most, the highest relevant task next.
And all of your data is trackable back to the original source. So as you look through your lead profiles, as you look through your action items that are recommended, it tells you exactly who said what and when.
So you can think of Crush GTM as your best friend as you go to market, which is it's your best friend sitting with you and taking notes on customers and helping you follow up with them and bring you new qualified customers that would be great to reach out to. This way you can have, an assistant that's helping you and you're focusing on the things that matters most, talking to customers and growing your business.
Crush GTM. It's here. We're live.
So-
Today is launch.
We're live at crushgtm.com and we're accepting our first early customers. Thank you very much.
It's really amazing to me that a lot of these products have only been developed in 7 days, essentially.
Pretty much all of them.
Yeah, all of them. And all of them are, most of them are either, generating wait lists or even taking active customers now.
Yeah, and there's some coming later that I think have actually started generating revenue.
Yeah, already generating revenue. Now, this next one is really interesting because something that I teach often in Gauntlet is that context is king, and making sure that you always manage context and always having context-rich documentation as you develop your applications is probably one of the most important things that you can do. And so it's very interesting because I feel like a lot of what I'm going to teach in the near future, because of this team, may very well change. So I'd like to welcome Instinct 8.
Thank you, Patrick. We are Instinct 8. My name is Isaac. This is Logan and Jason. As Patrick mentioned, we go through and AI forgets. We've learned this time and time again. We use ChatGPT, Claude, Cursor, and we've all had the same conversations. I never said rewrite everything. Why are you changing everything to a different language? Why are you creating another VPC? And I really definitely mentioned no M dashes. So we took that into account and we built AI that doesn't forget. When AI forgets, it loses sight of the problem, the goal. It adds unnecessary things. And it also can't prioritize what's important to you at the end of the day. So we have different band-aids that we've used such as Taskmaster, BMAD, OpenSpec, and Memory Bank. We've learned this all, and they're great, but they don't solve the root cause. So going forward, all of us here, including the team, we've spent thousands of hours here at Gauntlet, and we knew that we needed to find a solution to this. So we went ahead and built Instinct 8. Instinct 8 is built on Codex with a new compression model that takes everything that's being summarized from your context window, and instead of flattening it, we preserve your intent and your goal. We save key details, and essentially, we begin to give AI a brain.
Lord Kelvin once said, if you cannot measure it, you cannot improve it. And this is a core fundamental principle that builds our product. So this is a problem. Goal coherence and performance. As agents are getting longer tasks and we perform more complex tasks, performance and memory can't keep up. So this is a chart showing goal coherence and performance over multi-turn conversation and task. So you have goal coherence on the y-axis and turns on the x-axis. As you can see, Instinct 8 is the green line and it's performed well, but user goal shifts. Maybe their budget has been cut, or maybe they're changing their technology stack. As the user inputs a new goal, it drops down, but it adapts. Codex's baseline and naive methods drop down to 60% near the degradation zone and stays there. This is a problem, and this is what we try to solve for. As we go on, and as we move on to do this method here, we measured it, and we decided to improve it.
So all of the measurements and metrics that we collected point to one key problem. When your context window fills and compaction occurs, drift is going to happen. So this build led us to build Instinct 8. There are three key pillars. We have a selective summarization. So this compacts the back and forth, the exploration, all the things that don't really matter to your end goals. We have a protected core that keeps your goals safe, because your goals, key decisions, and your constraints should never be summarized. Not once, not ever. And finally, we have file system offload. This keeps all the details that your agent should need readily available and easily queryable. Why this matters? In the real world, your goals evolve, right? You might start out saying, I want to build and deploy something using containers. You decide, I'm going to use Docker. You decide to change your mind. You're going to go with Kubernetes. Finally, you pivot and say, no, I'm going to go to AWS and use the elastic beanstalk. A real human can interpret these changes and intent and change fluidly. Most agents, they can't do that. Your legacy summarization-based systems are bound to your old goals. This is why they feel old. This is why they feel brittle and unpredictable. When your goals change and your constraints shift, you need an agent that shifts with you. Instinct 8 adapts. It controls and keeps your protected key goals, key decisions and goals safe. The result is that as context windows are growing, this is just another Band-Aid. What you need is quality compression. And Instinct 8 solves that.
So AI forgets, we flattened it, and we solved it. Instinct 8 remembers your goals, your constraints, your key decisions. And it's free. Download now at instinct8.com. Try it out and be one of the first test users now. Thank you.
Next up, I'd like to invite two members of the core team from Gauntlet AI. Let's go ahead and welcome Ash and Brett. This one's on. All righty, so I'm super excited to get to ask you guys questions, specifically because I've been in almost every single phase of applicant to active challenger to champion, now mentor, and even hiring partner. So I feel like I've made the full revolution of like every position you can almost make, and now I get to ask you guys questions and be able to almost like share from my perspective as well. What it's like to be in each of those phases.
I just want to say it's one of the craziest things that you meet somebody as a student and they become a hiring partner. And I'm starting to see that more and more. So I have to say that this is exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm definitely not the only one. You know, we've had, I think, 3 or 4 other previous alumni become hiring partners themselves, which is, a testament to the quality. Simply because one of the things I take profound pride in is the fact that I've only been at my company for 3 months and they're already like, yeah, you lead the charge on hiring, and so that's a huge testament to what you guys have developed in us as a product for future hiring partners. One of the questions I want to ask, let's start at the very beginning. What do you guys look for when it comes to the perfect challenger? Brett, do you want to start that?
Sure. I think perfect challenger comes from some advice that I got early in my career, which is that if you can find an individual with IQ, EQ, and grit, they can accomplish a ton. So I think really what we've tried to develop through the program is a way where we test IQ or cognitive ability on the way in the door. We prove grit through the 80 to 100 hour a week process, and we enable everybody with at least 4 or 5 interviews with companies, so that way each company can make sure that the culture match on the EQ side is a tight fit for them. And I think that EQ also goes beyond personality and goes into high agency traits. So people that can do more than receive a well-written PRD and build it, but someone that can actually think through what's the problem behind the problem that we need to be solving, and what's the user experience and journey that we want. So
there's an interesting comment here. It's like agency, and you have a lot of ability to have agency inside the program, and just the relentless ability to be creative on like what you build. Do you want to talk about that a little bit, Ash?
Yeah, for sure. I think the program starts with doing some cookie cutter projects, right? Just to see if the applicants that are coming in are ready for our in-person experience in Austin, Texas. As the program goes on, there's a level of trust that builds. So you can start choosing your own tech stack. You can start choosing a different way to tackle a problem. And that sort of culminates to the capstone, where you're just given a theme and you can build whatever you want. But that level of trust and agency comes over time because it's built through many hours. Now, at the same time with our hiring partners, the thing I love is when somebody is so gung-ho about a company and they do everything in their power to make sure that they are center stage for that individual. That means if they have to do that project that was given by that company 3 or 4 times to show iteration and improvement, they'll do that. That means if they're gonna come visit the office, they're the first one by the door ready to talk to that company. So that level of agency in not only what you're building, but also deciding, hey, that's the company for me and I'm gonna go for it.
Another interesting comment is like just trust and what it takes to gain trust. That also is a bit of a filter for you guys. You guys are very selective even during the Gauntlet process, not just the application process. Talk to me about like how many people apply and then how many people probably get nixed in the first 3 weeks before they even get to Gauntlet.
Yeah, so for the cohort that we have right now, we had over 9,000 individuals apply to the program. We sent out 150 acceptances and we will graduate just south of 80 challengers. So high attrition throughout. So I think that the folks in this room that have made it through all of that should feel very proud. They're in a very select group of individuals. But I think really what we're trying to prove is that in the age of AI, your top 10% of performers aren't just 5 or 10 times better, but oftentimes they're 50 to 100 times better. And I think that raises the bar of importance to cut through a lot of the noise in the hiring process and in the hiring funnel. So having an opportunity to participate in a program like ours with a group of well-vetted individuals that are very talented, that have raised their hand and say, hey, I really want to be here, really streamlines things for the hiring partners. And candidly, some of the challengers that, are all-stars, but might not have had the opportunities to interview with some of the, amazing companies that we have participating with us.
It's really interesting to see the overall quality of like the people that come into, especially when they get here in Austin. And it's the idea of rising tide lifts all boats, and everybody here. It's not just a few people collaborating. It's this synergistic effect of just creativity and intelligence and just pure agency. And one of the things I actually want to talk about is like, how do you guys offload some of the day-to-day concerns that somebody may have, paying bills, buying food, doing your laundry, things like that? How do you offload that so that everybody can operate at 110%?
Yeah, for me, immersion was really important. There's other educational learning experiences out there, but you have to have a job on the side, or you have to manage a family while you're learning, or you do something called part-time learning. We've all heard of that. I think at Gauntlet, we really believe in going all in. Everyone's dabbling in AI, but we need to go all in because this is a transformative time for you to be involved in this field. And I really believe the way that we're able to you don't have to pay for any housing, you don't have to worry about your flights, you don't have to worry about food, you don't have to worry about your laundry every week. All you have to worry about is coming into the office and delivering what is required of you every single week. And I mean, Brett will talk about how we make that possible, but the reason we make that possible is so that we can have a high level of graduate every single time.
Yeah, I mean, Ash isn't going to like me saying this, but at the end of the day, the curriculum and what we teach, it's all a commodity, right? Folks can learn these different tools and come up with courses and classes, but really what makes Gauntlet different is the environment, is the opportunity to be around other people tested in the top 2% of cognitive ability and, signed up to work these crazy hours. One of my favorite things about Gauntlet is going out to dinner with prospective hiring partners. It's a Wednesday night. It's 8:30, 9 o'clock. And then, hey, do you want to go check out the office and see what folks are building? And the energy level there at night on a Wednesday is always super high. And I think that that's, really what makes the program unique above all, is the immersive environment, the opportunity to learn and to accelerate yourself amongst, some really talented folks.
Yeah, it's really interesting, especially coming from the perspective of somebody that has gone through the program and then graduated and turned to a hiring partner. Like I myself, when I graduated, probably only took about 48 hours of just, resting to the point where I was like, okay, I need to get back to building. I need to do this again. I need to have that experience again of being able to just build unrelentingly, unrelentingly fast and something creative. I want to talk a little bit about like just the mediums that are available of what you guys build. From what I've seen everything as low as like maybe like desktop applications and mobile apps, all the way to like Barry the robot walking around. Tell me more about some of these mediums.
Well, I guess before Ash jumps off here, I will say, heading into every single program we've done, I've been incredibly nervous about week one because the apps required to be built, like I think a collaborative Figma Canvas-y tool in week one is a pretty lofty goal. And, the fear of failure is always in the back of my mind, but, Ash really pushes the challengers, pushes the students, but I'll pass it over to you.
Yeah, I mean, the goal is that we want to apply AI to as many mediums and environments as possible. So that's going to be mobile, desktop, web. That's also going to be embedded software inside of a Unitary robot named Barry. And so our goal here is we're teaching a methodology. We're teaching design and architecture. We're saying that what is the approach you can take to learn something with AI faster than you would normally learn it? How can you take those learnings and apply it really quickly and then apply them to several different domains all at once? So we have mechanical engineers in the cohort. We have data scientists in the cohort. We have software engineers in the cohort who come together to build this software and then to apply those AI learnings everywhere that we have inside. So I think the big goal here is, can I provide as many domains as possible for people to experiment? Now, the big thing I want to say also is that every cohort, the curriculum changes. And I think that's what Brett was referring to. And the reason it changes is because within the cohort, there's so many new learnings that they have to be added to something that we're going to be teaching. So, I mean, this cohort, we had like a new coding tool called Code Layer. We had Barry, the Unitary robot. We had all the different methodologies and tools that they have discovered become a part of the curriculum coming up. And so it's important to keep changing it so that as AI advances, I'm challenging the challengers as at the level of AI.
Yeah, and one of the interesting things has been, I mean, as the program's evolved and as we've continued to receive more and more attention, there have been some incredibly kind and generous industry partners out there, like with Cohort 1 and then Cohort 2, Cursor was kind enough to give us like a closed lesson for, the challengers and the participants. And now we're starting to work directly with some of the LLM providers that are providing the challengers with a certain amount of credits. And, just having an opportunity to see behind the scenes look and to demystify what oftentimes can feel like a black box of LLMs as a unique opportunity for the challengers is something that we're super proud of.
One thing I want to talk about is like the perspective of like the hiring partner now and what that's like. One of the things that I found that was really interesting is I'm coming back as this hiring partner and I look around at the other hiring partners. I'm like, oh, hey, you guys are back. Tell me about what it's like to see some of these hiring partners become repeat hiring partners. I know there's only been 3 cohorts, but it's really interesting to see, somebody go from cohort 2 and say, okay, yes, we're going to hire 2 or 3, and now they're hiring more or equal number of people on the next cohort.
Yeah, I mean, anybody that's been involved with a startup knows that making the sausage isn't always pretty. So for the partners that have been with us really from the beginning, we're incredibly appreciative. And the feedback that we get of, hey, this was a big step in the right direction is, probably the highest compliment we can receive is people that take a leap of faith, sign up for the service, make an initial hire or a couple hires, and then decide to re-up with us each time. Like it's really satisfying to see teams of Gauntlet alumni start to build out the ranks of some of these companies. And, full transparency, if I'm an investor, I would kind of see where those folks are ending up and maybe place some bets in that direction.
I think there's one thing that Brett says often, which is one meaningful step forward. And with each cohort that we've had, we've tried to take one meaningful step towards a better matching process, a better challenger experience, and a better hiring partner experience. And so if we continue to do that, I think that's the promise that we keep making, and that's what we're going to start pushing forward.
One of the things I actually want to say that this is a major feature of that I'm pretty sure you guys didn't really have that much of on Cohort 2 is Cohort 3. You guys had this portal that was awesome for hiring partners to be able to go through and see what projects they were working on, see some of the backgrounds and everything. Tell me about that that tooling and what is exactly in there now and what is there to come.
Yeah, well, I guess I'll start by saying Ash has made it a fundamental mission to not buy off-the-shelf software. So I think we could probably count on like two hands how many software subscriptions Gauntlet proper actually has. And it's anyway. The portal itself, yeah, we really wanted to give partners an opportunity to, at scale, take a look at who the challengers are, get to understand their project work, and get to understand who they are as individuals. And I think from an organization standpoint, it was a dramatic improvement from Cohort 2 to Cohort 3. But there are still several things that I want to see the team address just to make reviewing projects a little bit easier, communication with the challengers a little bit easier, internal comments or tags that, hey, we really, really, really love this one individual. Those are all things that we want to address. But the great part is like, I think we have 4 or 5 conversations with active hiring partners about the portal and some of the things that they'd like to see. But AI is just giving us such an opportunity to rapidly iterate and make changes to meet customer demands. So
there's one thing we haven't mentioned here that I don't want to spill the beans too much on, but you guys yourselves kind of dip into the cookie jar a little bit. You guys have hired cohort members as well, correct?
Yep. I plan to only hire engineers that I've personally trained. I mean, it only makes sense, right? So like with each of the hires that we're making, we're trying to make sure that we're building a suite of software for our hiring partners, for our challengers, and any other future programs. So that's always something that's on our mind as well.
I think now, we kind of have a fundamental understanding of like what is Gauntlet and what it's kind of like to apply, what it is to be a challenger. Tell me about maybe, if you guys have any plans for future alumni and what is the future of Gauntlet look like?
Well, I want to build an elite community of AI builders that is unmatched in the world. Full stop. I will make it my mission that each one of the graduating members of Cohort 3, of Cohort 7, of Cohort 17 becomes a part of a group of people that we know are certified to build in the world of AI. This is going to be an elite network that if you're looking to get something built, if you're looking to start a company, if they are looking to start a company, they know where exactly to look. So what is the future of Gauntlet AI? It is a future where we have this group, this community that comes together and changes the world for better using AI.
So I think if we go back to, in the age of AI, your top 10% of individuals aren't just going to be 5 or 10 times better, but they're going to be 50 or 100 times. And we recognize that IQ, EQ, and grit are the key markers that we want to hire individuals for. I think what Gauntlet represents is an opportunity to become the credential, become the signal that says, hey, this person's incredibly intelligent, high agency, and works super, super hard. And I think that those principles apply well beyond AI first engineering. And I think that's the direction that we'll inevitably head is we want to be the credential for individuals that super smart, work really, really hard, have high agency across multiple functional groups.
What are some of the things that you would advise somebody? Let's say, they're either in the crowd or watching live stream, and they're really interested in becoming a challenger. What is the best advice you can give somebody to prepare for the application so that they can have the highest likely result of becoming a challenger?
So I think it's important to highlight that we're looking for technical experience coming into the program, right? We look for a minimum of 3 years of technical experience, software engineering, full stack engineering experience, because that's what our hiring partners are looking for. So I want to identify that you want to start by making sure that you have that experience, contract gigs, full-time jobs, that level of technical knowledge to sort of get going from the beginning. The next part is we use the CCAT as sort of a cognitive assessment. So doing practice CCATs, making sure that you're coming to that test prepared and sort of put your best foot forward. And then finally, the understanding that this is going to be 10 weeks all in, right? That's like talking with your family, understanding the requirements, the move to Austin, Texas for those 7 weeks, the ability to say that whatever is required of me over these 10 weeks, I'm going to focus and do. So those are the 3 big things I would talk about. I also want to say that if you look at our Gauntlet account on X, on other social media platforms, we follow a ton of our alumni, right? And you can see all of our alumni, talk to them, ask them questions, and they're all over X posting the amazing things they do. So speak with an alumnus and be prepared to go all in.
Yeah, I think that it just goes back to do the work, submit, make sure that you have a whole bunch of green little boxes on GitHub. That's probably one of the easiest signals to say, hey, I'm super passionate. I care about building. And, focus not just on the AI aspects of it, but the core fundamentals of software engineering. And let's think through how those core fundamentals still apply, but work can just be done with AI. So what are the systems that can be built to build a system, as an example?
Yeah, one of the things I'll say as a alumni myself is before getting into Gauntlet or anything, I think one of the best advice that I give people now is go do hard shit. Just go do hard shit, and just do things that are pushing your own limits in your own levels of understanding, and do it every day. Make it a muscle, because that's exactly what you're going to do inside of Gauntlet. Is you're just constantly getting pushed. And so if you've already kind of set a propensity for yourself to continuously do that, then it makes Gauntlet significantly easier. And the other thing in Gauntlet, I would say best advice I give challengers, and I say this in one of my first introductions, is you're gonna get candid feedback. Be prepared for that. Yeah. And a lot of people, I would say with a lot of engineering experience, they think, oh, I've been in this for X amount of years. I have tons of engineering experience. You're going to get a wake-up call in here, no matter how many years you've had in here. Some people have only the 3 years of experience, and they do tremendously well because, they're fairly, junior as far as years. They do great with feedback, and they execute very quickly. Some of the seniors, sometimes they have a hard time, iterating on that. Do you want to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, I want to be very clear that when I go into grade an assignment or understand a project, at least for the first half of the program, I have zero idea about anybody's background. All I'm seeing is code. All I'm seeing is a deployed application. All I'm seeing is a video of someone explaining something. So I just want to say, the goal here is you're judged by your work. You're judged by how far you're going to take each of the challenges, and that's how you stay in the program. So you may be coming in with a ton of experience, but the goal is going to be how far can we push you?
Before I get to the question of, what are some expectations you would set for, potential or future hiring partners, there's one thing that we haven't done a whole lot of, and I think there's a lot of opportunity for. Is there a place where we could very well end up allowing people to just, instead of being hired, but to be invested into? With a lot of these capstone projects, I think a lot of these capstone projects have very high potential of becoming, startups on their own. Is there any talks about that and what could come for that in future cohorts? Am I spilling beans? Is that a no comment?
No comment.
I'm just going to reiterate, no comment.
Okay, all right, something in the future, a little bit alpha.
I would say let's get Mopac all the way off running and, head in the right direction, which, to be clear, it absolutely is. And I think that there is definitely a world where folks that apply to the program, that W-2 isn't their inevitable goal, more and more opportunities for folks like that. I mean, we even have some hiring partners that are presenting some opportunities like that to challengers today. So I know that a lot of folks are excited to go the entrepreneurial route as well.
Going on the Mopac thing.
Yeah, I was going to do the Mopac.
Yeah, okay, Austin set this insane goal of like $500,000 and by the end of by today, and 1.2. That's insane. Was that at all like? Did you think that was going to happen?
Oh, did I expect it?
Yeah.
I'm really sorry, Mopac team. I did not expect it. I did think we'd get to like 250 or something, and I was like, that'd be amazing. 6 weeks, 250 is what I had in my head. I told this to Austin directly as well. But the fact that we got to that million number is nuts. Yeah. And that's a testament to everybody involved, right? It was not easy to come into that experiment and be like, hey, go take this role. Go to market. Go be a back-end engineer. Go be a front-end engineer. And that's a testament to that entire team that they're able to like sort of swing with the punches. So was it an expectation that it was going to be this high? No. But I'm super proud of that team that it got there.
Yeah, I'm just happy that no one on the Mopac team decided to vote anybody off of the island. So, yeah.
Yeah, what really interesting thing about Mopac, if I was on the Mopac team, I think it would definitely be like in my X bio, like took dying company and made 1.2 million ARR in 7 weeks, something like that. And that's an insane testament. So I actually want to give you guys a round of applause for that. That is awesome. Yeah. So just to wrap things up, future hiring partners that are in consideration of hiring from future cohorts, what are some of the final messages you want to give them?
I think I'll say this, that we're going to raise the bar every single cohort. If the quality of challenger that graduates does not increase cohort over cohort, then I haven't done my job. Our sort of promise to you is that the quality will go up, the output will go up, the projects will get harder, and you will have those 100x engineers to add to your company to take it to the next level.
I would say that the adoption curve is undefeated. And I see a lot of folks that are early adopters to AI, hiring out of the program, being very successful in hiring out of the program. And I think as the world AIifies, if that's a phrase that we can use, we'll continue to see more and more interested partners looking for folks that not only have the core fundamental software engineering background, but also know how to wield AI and orchestrate it to build some really cool stuff at breakneck speed.
How do, if, let's say a hiring partner wants to just, I don't know, test the water and see what's going on inside, how do they reach out to you guys? How do they do a tour or anything like that?
Yeah, so I would say start conversation with the sales team, gauntletai.com, go to the hiring partner page. You can schedule time directly with the team. We're very open to giving tours, especially when class is in session. We're at a prime location in downtown Austin, so pretty easy to get to, folks. And yeah, come take a look at it. I would say that everybody that comes and visits on site, it dramatically exceeds their expectations. And I think that new and prospective partners are going to get a lot out of just coming to take a look at it. So,
everybody, I want to thank. Oh, so you want to close the
I
comments?
just want to say, for any future challengers out there, I'm ready for you. This is the spot for you to challenge yourself, to grow exponentially, to meet a group of individuals that wants to build, wants to grow, wants to go all in. There's a bunch of people coasting in this world. That's not Gauntlet. If you want to be a part of that, go to apply.gauntletai.com, and I'll see you in Austin, Texas. Thanks.
Perfect.
So thank you to our CTO Ash and our COO Brett. I'm gonna put Patrick on the spot here.
Oh,
We have
great. Here we go.
Natalie from Cohort 2,
Oh,
former
Natalie.
challenger, just showed up. And I'm gonna call up Ruben, who's a current cohort member, and we're just gonna do a little round table event for 15 minutes, and we'll take a break.
Surprise, surprise.
Do we have enough mics for this? We
I
can
think
just
so.
pass
Here.
one.
Here you go. Ruben. Here you go. Perfect.
So how you guys been? How you been, Natalie?
Amazing. Is this on?
No.
Flip it up. There you go. There you go.
I'm still learning to use technology even after all these years. Yeah, I've been amazing, working super hard and trying to keep up with all of you because clearly the competition is stiff, but I'm also really excited.
So what have you been doing at Function? I remember when you joined Cohort 2, crushed it, got hired by Function. Now they're $1 billion company. What have you took from Cohort 2 into your real job afterwards, and what does that workflow look like?
The two main things that I've taken from Gauntlet into Function are persistence and hard work. Obviously, I can't talk about proprietary details, but it's a lot of software development enhanced with AI at top velocity and outputting quality. Because I have work that actually impacts people, and that means that I have a huge responsibility to put out quality code. But I also have AI at my fingertips, so I feel like when they throw something at me that is new and that I have to do, I can just do it. So.
And Ruben, you're a current Cohort 3 guy. I'd say you have a pretty eclectic, diverse background. And what have you been doing?
Hello.
Yep.
So I think I've been trying to keep my energy up like these last few weeks. But this, the excitement of today, like that hasn't been. It's been exciting just to see everybody's work coming together and seeing everybody and how hard everyone's worked and just seeing what that turned into.
Yeah, don't give me those kind of answers. I want hotter takes right now. What if you spent literally both of you, 3 of you, and actually now you're at thousands at this point of hours, but what have you been doing this cohort? What is your approach? What is the methodology? What are things you learned that you didn't know before?
Well, I think one thing I've done is I maybe more than many, I love trying different methodologies and collaborating with people, and like I'm always posting links with different ideas and seeing if people are interested in talking about that. And I think that's been the coolest thing, is seeing that there are some really different approaches that people can take that seem on the surface wildly different. Some people spend a lot of time planning, some people dive right into the code, but that it's that kind of human AI interaction and being for different people, it looks different, but that ability to connect their thinking in a way that delivers consistently high output and like just connecting with people and seeing that. I enjoyed that before, but doing that on your own is, you just feel like you're in a void. When you're around a bunch of people and seeing how they do that, I feel like I've learned so much faster.
I think the ability to go from like 0 to 80% understanding in anything now is unmatched at this moment. 6 months ago, is when roughly we started, Cohort 2, and it was interesting because I'm walking in and I'm like, I'm a confident full stack engineer. I was great with TypeScript, Node, things like that. Some blockchain languages, a little bit of Rust and things like that. But now I feel like I have dabbled in AR, VR. I have dabbled in CV. I have now worked in robotics. I've done quite a bit in Unity and things like that. Not only that, I have, like completely changed how I do my own research to the point where I'm on par almost in conversations with some of the learning science experts and scientists that I work with directly day to day. So it's insane how quickly I have changed everything from just being this full stack engineer to kind of full stack. I almost want to call it like full stack everything.
Full stack human.
Full stack human, yeah. And as far as like my ability to develop, iterate, and have so much agency to be able to continue to develop and iterate, not just the products I build, but on to myself as well.
Yeah, I agree with that, because it kind of goes beyond full stack. It goes beyond architecture and code, which was kind of what I was doing before. Many, many years ago, forever ago, I was a scientific programmer and then went into the traditional full stack sort of pathway. But what Gauntlet allows you to do is to build a product end to end. And that is a very unique experience that most people, unless they take it upon themselves, don't get to do. And when they do it, it takes extremely long amounts of time and oftentimes lots and lots of trial and error before it even succeeds. You have AI, and I think of it like a second brain with access to the median of all human knowledge on the internet, as long as you know how to use it and how to apply it. And it's pretty beautiful when you learn how to do that here. That's definitely the one step up.
I mean, I haven't gone through the cohort. I spend a bunch of time with you guys, but what is the winning mentality that people outside the cohort are looking to apply, whatever it might be? What is it that they don't see? Like, I've seen you guys in some like deep, dark forest, so to speak, right? Like, you're 700 hours in. What does that look like?
Man, there's a couple times where you're doing 16-hour days, you're on a team project, and you're ready to kill each other. Like there's a few times where it's like, oh man, let's change and do this, and you're like, dude, no, please just stick to the original idea. And then it's like, for some reason, you're the same person the next day. It's like, you know what? Maybe we should do that. And then there's constantly trying to work with each other. I think that's one of the biggest hurdles that a lot of people have to kind of learn how to do very quickly, is work with each other, not just in a sense as like, because many of us have worked on teams, but when AI gets involved, it's like a whole different third party that just gets involved as well.
Mm-hmm.
So that's one of the deep, dark forests that you really got to learn to get through.
I think one of the things that is really like, to echo, the opportunity to like try different things. Like, I built several projects. I probably used 4 or 5 different languages that I'd never written in before.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things that's really cool is that freedom to open up. Like, I no longer have to lean just on those tools that I'm familiar with. I really have the freedom to explore what is the best approach for this problem, and we can move very quickly. And Gauntlet really forces you week after week to push the limits of what you thought was fast and how quickly you can do it. While at the same time, it highlights the weaknesses that you might have had in certain fundamentals of like architecture or like deployment. Like, those things don't go away. So you end up simultaneously pushing the limits in new areas while also making sure you're grounded in those fundamentals of the core things that you really need to ship a product that really actually works.
And then you mix that with like the personalities I've seen here. By the way, I've had the pleasure of meeting some of you very briefly. Y'all are awesome. Love to see that the Gauntlet spirit is alive and well after cohort 2 and 1. But what I've seen most of all in Gauntlet and post-Gauntlet with graduates is this unrelenting need to push and to create. And I see this a lot in really great senior devs too, and maybe even some stellar junior devs that I've met that have never used AI. It's this obsessive need, regardless of how difficult the problem is, to create something, and something that works. And if you can't do that, then like, what's the point? You know, we're actually building. So.
Yeah, I'm also calling another curveball. Does anyone in the audience have questions right now? You can just raise your hand and I'll bring you over the mic. Okay.
Ask us any question for the most part.
The other dark forest is the Gauntlet weight. That
Give us your name.
Yeah, the Gauntlet weight that you gain.
10, 15 pounds in the process. Yeah. Go ahead.
Hey, everybody. My name is Jordan. I'm just curious, what's the process for ideating on the projects and choosing what people are going to work on?
Great question. Actually, do you want to start? Because you're in C3, so.
This is one of the things that is absolutely critical, and yet as you talk to different people, you'll find some differences in the answer that can work in different, that I think there are many answers that can work well, but it's also the thing we're evolving the most, or at least I am. So my process involves, I talk to an LLM, I like Grok and Claude. I usually talk to several and spend a lot of time and then spend a little more time on this like planning and thinking process. I like to take outputs from different LLMs that may look at it different ways. I may have some ideas on architecture or what stack that I want to use, and then the LLM may disagree with me, and then I push back. Like we get to something that is, I spend a lot, I try to make sure that my thinking is reflected, but I'm also getting as much input as I can to really understand the approach and architecture. And then from there, things diverge a little bit in people's approach. Some people jump straight into the code. I like to break things down into some kind of higher level tasks to help guide the process. And then you have a couple of possibilities. You can work with the LLM step by step and review as you go, or you can cut it loose, and then you're going to spend just as much time later afterwards kind of reviewing the output. And either way, you're going to spend a lot of time understanding what the LLM did. But this is where there's some differences in the methodologies and tools that people use in the timing of whether they're reviewing outputs in a step-by-step basis or whether they're going to kind of do more of a batch approach, like throw it in the LM and review the output and test it after a few hours. So, and I've tried all of the approaches, and I think the ideal one, it depends a lot on the scope of the project and frankly, how well-defined you understand that the output is going to be at the beginning. If you have a really clear understanding at the beginning, a lot of times you can build something that we're really close to kind of being able to, maybe not one shot, but you can get very, very far in that initial burst if you can define the problem really well.
One of the things I like to do is, for context, I work for super builders, and what we do is we build applications for learning science, and specifically applications for like Alpha School, Montessorium, and these other AI principled schools that are K through 12. And so one of the things that we learned quite a bit about in Gauntlet and has carried over for me is what we'll do is we'll identify opportunity gaps. I talk about that a lot with a lot of cohort members. How do you identify an opportunity gap? Is to basically formulate very strong opinions about what is currently in operation and then why it either doesn't work, isn't optimal, or something could very well be better. And so it takes a lot of time to identify a lot of these opportunities simply because you have to zoom out very far. You start writing what's called brain lifts. Brain lifts is basically starting at a level where you're doing very deep research. You want to understand something that is, a lot of people don't fundamentally understand. And so this requires me to just pore over research papers and come up, and not just research papers in what I want to know, but also research papers that are countering the idea that maybe counter it so much that I realize, my original idea is actually a bad idea. And it leads me to something completely different. And so I'm looking for very unbiased level of research for and against maybe the original idea, and then try to look for the opportunity gap there. Okay, so in this case for learning science, I'll see, okay, I have seen that cursive writing is a popular idea right now, is very much of like a dying art. Not too many people think that cursive writing has very much merit inside of the school system right now. But if you do a significant amount of research, you'll actually find that the cursive writing helps significantly improve the understanding of phonetical language, of being able to tie letters together, not just in the writing sense and for motor skills or anything like that, but also for phonetic understanding as they continue to progress as readers. And so there's so much research that backs that, but we kind of like fall on our original understanding of like, I don't understand why I'm learning this. And that's something that we just don't do very well in school. And so what I do is I look for those opportunity gaps. I've identified that cursive writing is actually an opportunity rather than something we should pull away from completely. And then from there, you take your research, we take this research and then we spec it. We take the applied or theoretical research and we try to productize that by writing a spec for it. And then from there, that's when you start taking the spec and then turning that into what we call a PRD. And that PRD is eventually turned into an application itself. Now, this becomes a full loop, and I'm sure this is very similar to the medical field, where we've now productized something, and we have given it to people to try out. In our case, we'll give it to students inside of our schools. And then from there, we will actually take the data that we have basically won from them using our product and then try to review it. Okay, is this data showing us that we're getting dramatic improvements? Or is this something that, we find, okay, actually the application's not helping out a lot. What do we need to do to iterate on this? This is something that we need to completely scratch and then do something else. That's the beautiful thing about AI too. It's like you can immediately get a product out there so fast now that you can test and iterate on these ideas significantly faster than you used to be able to.
I'm not going to regurgitate everything that has been said because honestly, I'm like pretty much on the same boat. What I will highlight is what Patrick has mentioned about the opportunity gap is so critically important. In Cohort 2, we called that a spiky POV, a spiky point of view, which basically means that thing that differentiates whatever your idea is from everything else on the market. And usually it's a divisive thing. And usually it's an opinion. Usually it's something that you as a person believe will make it stand out. And some people might hate it and some people might love it. And that's kind of what you want. So a lot of that takes market research and a different brain. As a software developer, this was a little difficult for me because I had to step into user stories and I had to step into more of a PM hat, more of a planning hat. That's where what you mentioned, which was the LLMs are also really helpful with. I would suggest that you go to lots of different LLMs that have access to large databases of market data. So one that I like to use a lot is Grok, but Manus was another tool that people really like. Yeah, Patrick loves that one. And yeah, after that, as Patrick mentioned, that eventually evolves into a product requirement document. I take it one step further from that now, and I make a technical requirement document, which is what a lot of companies do. You could call it an MVP document or whatever, but it's literally how are you going to build this thing head to toe so that any software developer or agent or any person can go look at the technical document if they have any technical questions and build it out. This will evolve over time, though, especially in Gauntlet. I mean, there was so much rapid iteration that I remember I'd start with an idea, and by the end of the week, it had become this like beautiful eldritch flower like thing. But one of those examples was like in Cohort 2, I built MarketSnap, and the reason I built it was because I was a client, and I would go to the idea was that you were at farmers markets. And you don't know which vendors are there that day or what sort of stock they have, and that's what that app solved. So another really good tip is if you are the client, you are much more likely to build a successful product as long as there is consensus on your opinion. So yeah.
All right, so thank you for coming on stage. I see the faces here, all the challengers. We're gonna give you a 22-minute break exactly till 2 p.m. and then we're ripping again. Live stream is ripping. There's some other people here who have questions. If you're on the live stream and you have a question, post the question and we'll talk later on. So thank you guys.
Thank you.
Who's the most cracked engineer at Gauntlet right now?
Mike.
Who's the most cracked engineer at Gauntlet?
Bruce.
Who's the most cracked engineer at Gauntlet?
Bruce.
Who's the most cracked engineer at
Bruce.
Gauntlet? Who's the most cracked engineer at Gauntlet?
Kieran.
Kieran, who's the most cracked engineer at Gauntlet?
Bruce.
Who's the most cracked engineer at Gauntlet?
It's Max. You know who's the most cracked engineer? Claude.
Who's the most cracked engineer at Gauntlet?
Probably Peter though.
Probably Matt Hume. I'm gonna go with Casey. I'll go with Casey.
Matt Holm is the most cracked engineer.
Who's the most cracked engineer right now at Gauntlet? We got
Ash.
Who would you say is the most cracked engineer at Gauntlet right now?
It's probably me.
Ruben.
Probably my boy Murad.
Max has a pretty cool BMAD protocol that I'm about to try out, so I'll give him some credit.
Dude, I am, sure. There's gonna be somebody you haven't talked to yet, because nobody's talking to him.
Me?
Yeah.
Nah.
And I don't want to work in a Meta. I got offers from Apple, I got offers from Meta, but I don't want to work in those companies. My name is Tamid Rahim. I'm from Toronto, Canada, and I'm an ex-founder, aka that means my startup failed, but you know what I mean? There's ups and downs, and I'm right back at it. My first job out of university, I was a founding engineer at a medtech startup. Worked there 4 years, released a product with FDA approval, sold my shares, started my own startup, and now I'm here. I actually heard it from my co-founder, Alan. It was in Cohort 2. Got an amazing job at a smaller company, essentially a startup, through Gauntlet. He told me about the amazing companies who are coming into Gauntlet, and all of them are essentially looking for engineers with not just an engineering background, but with like a product sense as well. That's what I want to work in. I don't want to work in a Meta. I got offers from Apple, I got offers from Meta, but I don't want to work in those companies. I prefer the companies that Gauntlet provide, more towards startups and stuff. You know what I'm looking forward to the most in Gauntlet? I want to see the first billionaire who walks in here, because I'm going to start pitching them ASAP. Honestly, the first thought is always, is this a scam, right? Because it's too good to be true. But I'm here in Austin. I'm eating your guys' free food every day. You know what I mean? You guys are playing for my place to stay. So it's the best scam so far. I don't have to worry about anything else except shipping code. And this is probably the only chance I'll get in my whole life where I can actually just do that.
There's definitely days where it feels miserable. I'm Max Efremov, Cohort 3, and what was I doing before this? I was an executive coach. Executive coaching meaning like working with people in their business, in the context of their businesses, but then also life coaching as well. About a year ago is when I first heard about Gauntlet. I actually applied to and got into the first cohort. When I hear people talk about it being like a scam or people being like weirded out by it, I didn't have any of that. What I thought it would be like really intensive and grindy and hard and like kind of miserable actually. And what it's wound up being is, well, actually, it's a full spectrum of things. There's definitely days where it feels miserable, but actually the majority of it is like a kind of Hogwarts, like a really magical, this isn't like real life kind of place. I mean, like we're in this really cool building, you know, spending like, you know, 8 a.m. to midnight every day working together on projects. And there's also the magic, like Harry Potter magic, like AI technology, building apps is magical. And so we're spending a lot of time, so it's actually really enjoyable, way more enjoyable and fun. And also the group of people is incredible too. So you're making a lot of friends. That is the state of the labor market. There is a lot of businesses are trying to reconfigure themselves around AI. Most of them don't understand it. And so they are looking for people that are immersed in it, people that are skilled in it, help them create new products and help lead them through this like massive period of uncertainty. So that's why they, you know, pay Gauntlet grads like they do.
I haven't spent the night here, you know, probably soon because my name's Jonathan Skeet. I've been a machine learning engineer for about the past 5 years. At first I was thinking, man, 10 weeks, I mean, I wish we could do this in like 2, but I know a lot can be done in that time. Of course, I've been building my portfolio on my own outside of that time, but I just thought, yeah, this is a great opportunity to get a look at what, you know, companies want, because I knew that Gauntlet would be able to make sure that the things I'm building are in demand and, you know, just really show off my skills in the way that's marketable. It's like home. This is home right here, the second home. I mean, it's crazy because, you know, yeah, I've been hearing about Austin, Texas for quite a while, just all the growth that's happening. My favorite part, I mean, besides all the food, all the food you can eat, you know, the crowd, you know, the people around me, lots of talented people. It's funny because I feel like being in this environment again is making me rethink like whether remote work is the thing. I've been working remote for about the past 6 years, but just being in this environment, being on site with all these other talented people, like it really pushes you, it really energizes you. If you're skeptical about applying, the only reason to be skeptical is if you just don't want your life to change, you know? This is definitely a life-changing opportunity. Like I said, the people here will help you, you know, if you struggle in anything, because we're not all experts at everything, right? But, you know, they teach you, there's classes, like we had a class this morning on different like fine-tuning methods for machine learning. You know, there's endless resources, endless opportunity. And again, like just being in this environment is gonna motivate you and make you wanna do great things.
For Gauntlet, so I was actually waiting tables a little bit, doing side projects, make myself look better for companies to hire me. Then I saw Gauntlet, I signed up, and it's worlds better than anything I could have done on my own.
I worked as a software engineer doing web engineering, everything from the pixels to Postgres, and I've been doing it for 5 years, and you can sort of see the writing on the wall with a lot of software engineering, and it's either you get on board or you get run over. And so for me, it was like, I need to figure out a way to get really good with AI tools really quickly, and that requires a full-time commitment.
I just graduated with my degree in computer science and minor in data science from Vanderbilt University.
You get more education from this or from the university?
More hands-on experience, 100%. More theory at university, but if you don't know how to apply that theory, it's not worth anything.
Yeah.
I worked at a private company that contracted for government entities, so I primarily worked with FBI. Couldn't use AI for security reasons, and I didn't want to get left behind, so I joined Gauntlet.
Gauntlet is really about how can you as a developer leverage AI tools to become competitive in an industry that seems pretty fit on getting rid of software engineers by all means necessary.
What is Gauntlet? 10-week AI coding intensive for engineers to move them to be closer to the practical frontier of using AI tools to effectively code.
Don't tell me what Gauntlet is, tell me what Gauntlet does.
I'll tell you what Gauntlet is. Gauntlet is what you, dear viewer, should apply to.
Gauntlet is a way to meet a lot of other people who are also extremely dedicated and want to just do nothing but work, which is what I want to do. So it's a way for me to just be around people who are very similar to me, and I can kind of like be around people who are also better than me at pretty much everything, so I can hopefully get better myself.
It's an opportunity to level yourself up. I think when you think about education as a whole, all the incentives are never aligned. No one's actually in it for the same goal. In Gauntlet, because we're like a recruiting agency, we're matching you with a hiring partner. The only people who pay us are hiring partners. We are completely aligned and incentivized to make sure you get a job at the end of the program. That does not exist anywhere else, and it's completely free.
We built shares for pairs. The inspiration was the feeling that when you watch a friend's relationship and you think to yourself, that's definitely not going to work out.
We think that, sports betting, people make a lot of money. We want more opportunities for people to build like real generational wealth. No better way to do that than betting, gambling.
We built this in about 3 hours time. You can go to your relationships that you've invested in. You have your account value. This is $12,800 that Alexi and I have put in our own money.
I'm very committed to Taylor Swift and what's his name? Kelsey? Whatever.
Here we have Taylor Swift and Kelsey, and we can track how their relationship stock has been doing over time. And I think that they're going to stay together, and so I want to bet on them. And yeah, the market disagrees. As we can see, their relationship stock is going down. A lot of people think that they're not going to make it. I can also trade my position, so I can actually buy some shares.
4 pairs. We think this is a great product. I want people to make money. Also, just like personal, like people relationships. Right. It's like it doesn't, like the volume in those markets is gonna be low, but it's like if you have a friend and they're in like a terrible relationship and have been for 3 years, they'll see that what people really think about the relationship. And,
right. And maybe they can short their own stock. There could be like some insider trading.
For anyone that makes it through the gauntlet, we're guaranteeing a 200K job minimum. So, literally.
Y'all just like give tasks, go build this app today, or like?
Yeah, no, we assign projects and it's a 1-week deadline for every project. So it's 10 minimum projects. That's kind of the requirement to stay in the program is like your MVP submission by 24 hours in the first 3 weeks. And then I think after that it graduates to like 48 hours. Okay. Then it's project deadline submissions on Sundays. Okay. Each week's a different theme. It's called for the project.
Is the project like tech stack agnostic? Like I could use any tech?
It's totally tool agnostic. It's up to you how you get it done. You'll see as we talk to challengers today, there might be like a group of like, hey, Cloud Code or nothing. And some people are like, no, it's this tool or nothing, or I use AMP code or whatever. So
do a lot of guys like host or deploy these products at all, or is it all kind of just like?
Part of their CapSim requirements is they have to have 100 users for their project.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
So 2 weeks to get a product and 100 signups. That's pretty cool. When it comes to your day-to-day development, how much time are you putting into investing in like AI tools to increase your development speed and accuracy versus like
just thinking about cool things to build with AI. As a baseline, people think about how they should approach using AI all like fundamentally wrong. The biggest unlock is the ability to test and iterate faster. Either it's a feature, it's a full app, or even if it's like deep research, you should have multiple iterations that you can just go through as quickly as humanly possible.
So you said iterations. Do you mean like, you want to build an app that takes a photo of an insect or something? Are you saying like you want to build like 3 variations of that product?
First off, it really depends on what is your experience on building something like that. Now, if I'm a PhD in computer vision, then pretty sure I don't necessarily need 3 or 4 iterations. But if this case is something fairly new to me, yeah, I want to build like 4 different iterations. Actually, as a matter of fact, we were talking about the difference of like React versus Expo versus native, and that was based off a swarm I ran. I didn't know what framework was going to be best. So instead, I built 3 different iterations. I did one in Expo, React, and then one in native, and found out that there's severe camera limitations on Expo, and then there's less camera limitations, but still limitations on React Native. Like, okay, the path forward to the most scalability is definitely native for an application like this. I did a bunch of deep research and everything beforehand. I did a bunch of reading. I did not come across that limitation on levels or anything. Nobody really articulated that. It was only articulated when I actually tested and iterated, and I did that all in a single day.
For real. It's nuts. This is Gauntlet AI.
Period.
You do a lot of work and you get paid.
So today is bounty day at Gauntlet AI. One of our hiring partners had some really intense projects that they needed to be completed, specifically because the school year is about to start and they're building for education. And so instead of hiring thousands and thousands of engineers where it would take months and months and months and months and months of deployment time, they decided to ask the challengers of Gauntlet AI, on top of their already rigorous schedules, to participate in bounties, which are smaller individual projects that they'll need to build. And if they complete them, they get access to $500,000 in cash.
Again, drum roll, please. Yeah.
Ben, what is Gauntlet?
Gauntlet's like a hard program, and you get paid when you do the program.
Gauntlet is a very special place where we learn very special things and we do very special stuff. And hiring partner projects are one of the first times that comes into contact with the outside world, with the world outside of Gauntlet, with the world of normal people. Some of you are dealing with different stakeholders that sometimes don't give you all the details, sometimes they give you all the details. That's what the real world is like, right? We're gonna celebrate today, we're gonna put a bunch of money in bags and hand it around like we're drug dealers. But most importantly, I hope that this starts to help all of us understand what it's like to move from Gauntlet world into real world. My kids are literally using the stuff you guys built next week. So this is real. This is very, very real. And my kids are not the only kids in that school, and they're gonna be pretty rapidly thousands and thousands of people using this software as their daily drivers for how they educate their children. That's pretty cool.
I was saying this the other day, I think the next wave of big innovation in this space, it's not going to be better models. The models are going to get better, but like GPT-4 to GPT-5 is not as big a leap as GPT-3.5 to GPT-4. The thing that's really going to start speeding us up is just better tooling. Like, working with this, I've got like 50 tabs open, I'm jumping between different apps, I'm copying and pasting, it's just a pain in the ass. Like, the results are great, so it's worth it, but it feels like using the internet in the 90s, right? Like everything's slow, the UX is terrible. There's the supposed Henry Ford quote where he said people wanted faster horses. I feel like right now we've got faster horses. It's just, we're taking things that already existed, like an IDE, and slapping AI on top. I think like someone's going to invent something that's like a totally new way of doing things that could never have existed before, and it's going to seem really obvious in retrospect. We're going to think, how did we not have this?
Has anybody started up using their own LLM training?
Not for this. The large providers are just so good.
But that's the thing, though, is that at the end of the day, I believe what's going to be a winning and cha-ching factor is going to be trained based on a domain.
I'm on the fence because I think the models are starting to ingest so much information.
Right.
They're getting really detailed with niche intelligence as well. So
Yeah.
at what point are you adding value?
Like there are a lot of papers about like transfer learning, which is like when you feed something a model a lot about one domain, they get better at all other domains.
Well, you can only have so many parameters, right?
Yeah.
And if we have a mortgage-based model, we don't care about how to make a hamburger. We don't care about lettuce, tomato, right? We need you to do compliance related. We have new, guidelines that are updated. We have.
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. I think even your application right there has applicability in the mortgage industry. It looks like it's nothing to do with mortgage, but like how to assess, fine-tune details, how to do calculations, I think these models start to establish more broad patterns. It impacts other industries with specificity.
Yeah.
Who's the most cracked engineer at Gauntlet right now?
Mike.
Who's the most cracked engineer at Gauntlet?
Bruce.
Who's the most cracked engineer at Gauntlet?
Bruce.
Who's the most cracked engineer at
Bruce.
Gauntlet? Who's the most cracked engineer at Gauntlet?
Kieran.
Kieran, who's the most cracked engineer at Gauntlet?
Bruce.
Who's the most cracked engineer at Gauntlet?
It's Max. You know who's the most cracked engineer? Claude.
Who's the most cracked engineer at Gauntlet?
Probably Peter though. Probably Matt Hume.
I'm gonna go with Casey. I'll go with Casey.
Matt Holm is the most cracked engineer.
Who's the most cracked engineer right now at Gauntlet? We got
Ash.
Who would you say is the most cracked engineer at Gauntlet right now?
It's probably me. Ruben.
Probably my boy Murad.
Max has a pretty cool BMAD protocol that I'm about to try out, so I'll give him some credit.
Dude, I am, sure. It's gonna be somebody you haven't talked to yet, because nobody's talking to him.
Me? Yeah. Nah.
And I don't want to work in a Meta. I got offers from Apple, I got offers from Meta, but I don't want to work in those companies. My name is Tamid Rahim. I'm from Toronto, Canada, and I'm an ex-founder, aka that means my startup failed, but you know what I mean? There's ups and downs, and I'm right back at it. My first job out of university, I was a founding engineer at a medtech startup. Worked there 4 years, released a product with FDA approval, sold my shares, started my own startup, and now I'm here. I actually heard it from my co-founder, Alan. He was in Cohort 2. He got an amazing job at a smaller company, essentially a startup, through Gauntlet. He told me about the amazing companies who are coming into Gauntlet, and all of them are essentially looking for engineers with not just an engineering background, but with like a product sense as well. That's what I want to work in. I don't want to work in a Meta. I got offers from Apple, I got offers from Meta, but I don't want to work in those companies. I prefer the companies that Gauntlet provide, more towards startups and stuff. You know what I'm looking forward to the most in Gauntlet? I want to see the first billionaire who walks in here, because I'm going to start pitching to them ASAP. Honestly, the first thought is always, is this a scam, right? Because it's too good to be true. But I'm here in Austin. I'm eating your guys' free food every day. You know what I mean? You guys are paying for my place to stay. So it's the best scam so far. I don't have to worry about anything else except shipping code. And this is probably the only chance I'll get in my whole life where I can actually just do that.
There's definitely days where it feels miserable. I'm Max Efremov, Cohort 3, and what was I doing before this? I was an executive coach. Executive coaching meaning like working with people in their business, in the context of their businesses, but then also life coaching as well. About a year ago is when I first heard about Gauntlet. I actually applied to and got into the first cohort. When I hear people talk about it being like a scam or people being like weirded out by it, I didn't have any of that. What I thought it would be like really intensive and grindy and hard and like kind of miserable actually. And what it's wound up being is, well, actually, it's a full spectrum of things. There's definitely days where it feels miserable, but actually the majority of it is like a kind of Hogwarts, like a really magical, this isn't like real life kind of place. I mean, like we're in this really cool building, spending like, 8 a.m. to midnight every day working together on projects. And there's also the magic, like Harry Potter magic, like AI technology building apps is magical. And so we're spending a lot of time, so it's actually really enjoyable, way more enjoyable and fun. And also the group of people is incredible too. So you're making a lot of friends. That is the state of the labor market. There is a lot of businesses are trying to reconfigure themselves around AI. Most of them don't understand it. And so they are looking for people that are immersed in it, people that are skilled in it, help them create new products and help lead them through this like massive period of uncertainty. So that's why they, pay Gauntlet grads like they do.
I haven't spent the night here, probably soon because my name's Jonathan Skeet. I've been a machine learning engineer for about the past 5 years. At first I was thinking, man, 10 weeks, I wish we could do this in like 2, but I know a lot can be done in that time. Of course, I've been building my portfolio on my own outside of that time, but I just thought, yeah, this is a great opportunity to get a look at what, companies want, because I knew that Gauntlet would be able to make sure that the things I'm building are in demand and, really show off my skills in the way that's marketable. It's like home. This is home right here, the second home. It's crazy because, I've been hearing about Austin, Texas for quite a while, just all the growth that's happening. My favorite part, besides all the food, all the food you can eat, the crowd, the people around me, lots of talented people. It's funny because I feel like being in this environment again is making me rethink like whether remote work is the thing. I've been working remote for about, thank you.
All right, welcome back to the next round of Gauntlet project presentations. So thank you to the 160K viewers that are currently watching. Thank you for the projects that have gone before us. So honestly, this next project is a little too technically complex for me to understand, but they've synthesized it in a way where they built a very efficient retrieval system for your company's information, and they allow you to efficiently and precisely ask questions and get answers. So I'm going to introduce the next team. This is Compendia.
Thanks, John.
Hi, I'm Mark. This is Compendia. Compendia is your organization's memory. It pulls in data from all the communication tools you already use, puts it in one place, and it lets you talk to it. Why do we do this? We built Compendia because right now, getting answers isn't always easy. Decisions are lost, buried across multiple channels, so your teams are forced to rehash old debates. Or a new employee struggles to put together context spread across multiple apps, asking questions that were answered months ago. Compendia answers these questions in seconds, not hours. And when your engineering lead asks, what could delay our launch? Compendia pulls together your forgotten Slack messages, backlog Jira tickets, and unused Confluence docs. So Compendia isn't performing a keyword search here. It's not taking the first answer it finds. Compendia cross-references all your communications and finds the true state of your work. I'm going to pass it off to Miriam, our math PhD, to tell you more.
Okay, so hi, I'm Miriam, and let me show you what makes Compendia a bit different. So let's say I'm a technical PM and I need to know why my feature's blocked. So Mark's going to type in why is demo 1 blocked, and watch what happens. So the system doesn't just search for blocked, it follows the actual dependency chain. So mobile checkout is waiting on the payment API, which is waiting on a security review, which is assigned to Michael, who's out of office until Thursday. So a keyword search would never find that. Mobile checkout and Michael's PTO have nothing in common, but the graph just follows the edges. And look, it found Mark is also available on the security team and available, and it's asking if I want to reassign. So type yes, and then switch over to Jira. And if you click on the ticket, live update. So that's Compendia, answers with proof and actions with 1 click. So now over to Michael.
First of all, no one needs to adjust their workflow to use this tool. We have a website for power users, but you can also speak directly to the AI agent via Slack. We integrate Compendia with popular tools such as Jira, Confluence, and even Slack itself. We put all that knowledge into one graph and make it queryable. Then we meet users where they are. So, for example, if I'm a software engineer coming back from vacation from resuming work on my ticket, I can ask how authentication on my project is currently working. And the agent will tell me that the token lifetime has been increased to 1 hour. The Slack bot will then currently tell me about the changes and proactively ask me if I would like to update the corresponding Confluence page associated with the API. Then I can click yes, and then the Slack bot will update the Confluence page associated with the API. Not only is Compendia quick and accurate, it is also incredibly easy to use and integrates seamlessly into your pre-existing workflow. Now with that, I'm going to hand it off to Nate and he'll finish us home.
Thanks, Michael. We're all here today because we're excited about AI. At least we're curious about AI. We want to know where we can go with AI and how fast we can get there compared to where we were even just a few years ago. This entire project that we built, we did this in a week. If you take out the time we spent planning and the time that we spent preparing for this presentation, it was even only half a week. If your team isn't ready to move that fast, you're going to fall behind as more and more teams adapt to AI. We don't have the time anymore to spend looking for old messages, trying to understand what we were thinking a few weeks ago. That's where Compendia comes in. Compendia allows you to map all of your data, all of your conversations, all of your past decisions into a single AI native knowledge tree. It gives all of your teammates the context that they need when they need it. Try our sandbox at compendia.me. Take a look for yourself and see how your disparate data can become your competitive advantage. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So our next project, it's really interesting, and I feel like there seems to be a consistent theme. Is it's almost as if adding AI as like an additional team member is fairly consistent, and so I'm really excited to have Ask Baxter, this team, come and present their product as the voice agent for accounting. So everybody, round of applause.
Test. Hey folks, it's a great day in the state of Texas. So I'm Harrison. I'm here with my co-founders, Ruben and Mike, and we've created Ask Baxter. This is your AI receptionist focused for small and medium business accounting firms. So here's the state of things today. There's about 600,000 CPAs licensed across the US. We got about 50,000 firms, and about 70% of them, the market share is captured by QuickBooks. The trouble that we hear when we talk to these CPA clients within the industry is that 30% of their time is taken up with their clients calling and asking the same types of questions over and over and over again. And that's why we partnered with one locally, with Brandy, and she helped us become Ask Baxter. She was our design partner and founding client. And these are just examples of the numbers of calls that they're getting swamped with. Calls like, what is my account balance? What documents do I need for a loan? And when can I schedule a meeting with my CPA? So when we moved forward, we wanted something that was going to meet the clients where they're at, integrating with tools that are popular within the small and medium business accounting workspace. So we've integrated already with things like Canopy CRM, Calendly for the scheduling of meetings, as well as with QuickBooks, the most common feature that's out there. We wanted something to make sure that it was going to be secure and low friction, and that's how we designed it for the clients. We don't want to give them another app, another feature that's hard and full of friction into their workflow. We want to make this as seamless for the clients of the CPA firms as much as possible. So we designed it so they can call and text like they already do today. They call the same numbers, they go through the same part in the phone tree, they text the same way that they're already talking to their CPAs today. And lastly, we wanted to make sure that it responds empathetically and like a human. So we've made sure that we designed for less than 2 seconds of latency so that it feels like you're having a real human conversation. That's led us to something that when we talk to these firms, gives us the potential to, we think, reducing their time savings, increasing their time savings up to 30%, giving you 24/7 availability. Accountants like to sleep at night. Baxter is always there so that your CPAs can finally get some rest at night. And we think this will also lead to a reduction of about 10% in labor costs with small and medium accounting firms. But enough for me. I'd like to introduce you to Baxter.
Hey there, I'm Baxter. How can I help you today?
Yes, can I see the balance that's in my account?
Hi, Ruben. I can certainly help you with that. Your current account balance is $1,250. Is there anything else I can assist you with today?
What else can you help me with?
I can help you check your account balances, view invoices, and see your real cash balance from QuickBooks. I can also help you schedule meetings with a CPA and guide you on how to send documents via text message. What would you like to do next?
That's enough for now, thanks.
So for our user interface, we really don't have a whole lot to show you that you don't already know. You've already heard the voice interaction, and you can see the text interaction going right here. There's a theme that we've heard from a number of projects. We're trying to meet the customers where they're at and trying to reduce friction as much as possible. That means using very familiar interfaces, trying to remove complicated login flows, and make it very easy to get the information they're at, to answer simple questions, and if there's anything more complicated, to make it as seamless as possible, to schedule a meeting with the real person and help people get that information right away.
So I'm sure a lot of you watching have a big question here, which is, isn't this just a basic app? Really, all it comes down to is a client just calls or sends a text message, and they get back account information or schedule a calendar meeting. The reality is that the complexity is everything that leads up to this. Many firms use different CRMs to manage their clients. Each of these might have different relationships that don't clearly map which client should be able to access which data. QuickBooks doesn't have a quick mapping of this either to figure out which people should be allowed to access what type of information. This is where Ask Baxter comes in and handles all this complexity. We normalize and clean up all the data we get back from different sources. We create a clear, easy to understand mapping that accountants can manage to show who should be able to access what. We do all this securely storing the data, securely retrieving it. And we do it while maintaining low latency human-like responses. And the end result is a product that feels like a very simple AI assistant, but it's actually a pretty complex integration platform that the firms can onboard onto without needing any engineers. So where is Ask Baxter right now? Today, the website is live, and we have an application open to join our waitlist and find out when there's a wider rollout. We're currently working with our client to test this with her firm, make sure it meets all of her use cases before doing a wider rollout to other accounting firms. But in the future, this is much more than just a simple accounting product. This works for any type of client-facing company that has clients that need access to information. The information lies in internal systems, and the access is based on relationships. We're the AI layer that allows this to happen, and this maps neatly onto lots of other industries. You can imagine it being used by legal offices, real estate agents, loan officers, financial advisory. So the only difference isn't in the problem, it's in the integrations. And once we handle accounting, we plan on rolling it out to many other use cases. And that is Ask Baxter. If this sounds like something that would be useful for you, feel free to connect with any of us on the team or go to the website, scan the QR code, and join our waitlist. Thank you for watching.
While the next team is coming up, I actually want to give a shout out to somebody. These presentations have been very well vetted and curated and have been given a lot of very critical feedback. So I actually want to give a lot of credit to one of our mentors, John Lucas. He worked really hard to make sure that everybody here had the opportunity to show exactly not only what you guys have accomplished, but what you guys are even potentially capable of doing. So massive hats off to you, man. Appreciate it. Next up, we have TrueCost.
Construction is a $13 trillion industry.
And estimates done by hand determine how millions of dollars get spent, all based on spreadsheets and gut feel. I'm a general contractor. I do residential and commercial projects, and every job, no matter the scope, starts the same with an estimate. We built True Cost. This is construction estimation software that generates accurate estimates in minutes. And the reason why we created this is because construction estimation is a very slow process. It is very tedious, and we get it wrong more often than we would like to admit. When construction estimates go wrong, everything downstream goes wrong as well. Just an example from one of my last projects. I was doing a bathroom remodel, and I got the estimate wrong in the beginning. The customer was calling me 3 weeks later. They were screaming at me on the phone. They were telling me, why is the shower curb 1 inch too tall? On the other line, the construction crew was calling me. They were telling me they're about to walk out of the job because they have already redone so much in this house. I was already 1 week too late, and I was losing money on this job. If I had True Cost, we would have been able to alleviate all that stress. We would have been able to make money because we would have generated an accurate estimate and known our scope from the beginning. We're going to go through my last project in this presentation and show you exactly what True Cost can deliver.
Manual takeoffs and guessing intent is where most of the estimation goes wrong. With True Cost, contractors can upload the plan and define the scope in plain English, just the way they think about the job. They can annotate the plan to provide additional context to the system. There is no manual takeoff, and this is what makes it much more efficient. Most of the estimation softwares go wrong because they ignore the assumptions. True Cost does the opposite. Before generating an estimate, it asks a bunch of clarification questions. These are the small details that if we miss at the first place, will cost the money at the later stages.
Once the details are set, True Cost starts the estimate process. Behind the scene, multiple AI agents work together to handle the problem that usually fails traditional estimate. They check for current pricing, they check for any building code issue, and make sure the estimate actually aligns with the actual job that's done on the site. When the estimate is done, user gets a list of all materials needed to complete the project. From here, instead of spending like hours and hours trying to get the right price, they can simply click price comparison, and True Cost instantly check multiple stores like Home Depot, Lowe's, and your own private vendor, get the latest price, compare them side by side, and give you the direct link to each product page.
Once the contractor is happy with the estimates, they want to export it. True Cost here generates 2 PDF. One is clear client-ready bid, which they can directly send to the client. Other one is a total internal breakdown of all the costs, starting from materials, labor, which can be used on the field by the crew. So on one side, we have transparency for the client, and on the other side, we have operational clarity for the crew. We have been talking about our project from the starting. So these are the real values from that project. As you can see, the manual calculation was far away from the actual cost. It was like 20% of the actual cost, and we lost thousands of dollars there. But if you check, the True Cost estimation is quite close to the actual value. This was because we found the problems upfront and solved them there itself. That is why True Cost works.
Our team has real experience estimating, managing, and executing construction projects. We know firsthand where traditional estimates fail and margins disappear. That's why we built True Cost to be simple to use and accessible on both web and mobile devices, fitting into how contractors currently work. They are also able to subscribe to a plan that best works for them. We turned estimation into a competitive advantage. What used to take days now takes minutes, and what used to be guesswork is now measurable risk. Currently, we are focusing on residential construction, but our goal goes beyond that. We want to expand to every trade and every contractor. So you can scan the QR code or go to gettruecost.com and explore the app yourself and meet the team. If you are a contractor that wants faster estimates and better accuracy, we'd love to work with you. Thank you, and we hope to hear from you soon.
It's pretty cool to see people build actual businesses in a week.
Yeah. No, I think that's one of the coolest things is like these products are actual products, are just not like, I've been doing hackathons and hosting hackathons for years, and to see what has been built here in like 7 days is unreal. I can't tell you how many times I'd be like, yeah, I'd like to be on that capstone. I'd like to be on that cap table, actually. You know, I'd invest in this.
You think the world is going towards this model of just running up actual businesses in tiny amounts of time?
Oh, absolutely. I think at this point we've gone through like, you know, the idea of like MVP, most valuable product, is pretty soon going to be like an MVP, most valuable business at that moment. Test, iterate, get it out there, see if it gets market adoption. Because I think that's how fast we're iterating now.
I think we'll let these guys start in a sec, but I think we touched on this before, which is the scope of this last week at Gauntlet wasn't just to put together a presentation. It was to put together a real project, a real product, put a link to where customers or interested customers could go and actually try it out. So it's a remarkable feat, I think, all of these to be done in 1 week.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of, you know, for another business that I believe is genuinely scalable, next up we have Brandsight.
Hello, my name is Francisco. And for the last 25 years, companies have spent millions, if not billions, on SEO optimization. And why? Because when you're on top of the search, you're on top of the game. But that game has changed. 2 years ago, when a person wanted shoes, they'd go to Google, they'd search, they'd click. But now, they go to AI. So the number one question that any brand has to ask itself is, when AI answers, are they being mentioned? This is Brandsight. We help brands win that conversation. We help brands be that answer. Eric.
This is where AEO comes in. Answer Engine Optimization. AEO is about making sure AI agents and crawlers can access your site, understand its content, and trust it to use when generating answers. Before AI can evaluate content, cite it, or recommend it, it has to be able to crawl your site correctly. So we help provide tools to make sure you are giving access to these crawlers. Tools that help check and generate files that will help AI agents and crawlers read your site's content. These files help AI agents understand what content they're allowed to use, what matters most, and how to interpret your site. Without it, even strong content can be ignored or misunderstood by AI. We also provide analytics, so you know which agents and which crawlers visit your site, which pages, and how often.
But we take it one step further. We simulate how real users might be asking questions about your product, your service, or your brand. We calculate your AEO score based on that. We check if your business is actually getting cited and recommended by AI. We also check who are your competitors, how they're doing, and who's winning those conversations. Brandsight doesn't just give you insights on how your company is doing. We also give you actionable steps that you can take right now in order to increase your brand visibility.
So, after extensive research, understanding your brand and where it stands, we give you a single prompt that you can put in Cursor, Claude, Replit, or whatever you use to address the gaps that we found. And since AI learns from real conversations, we show you engagement opportunities. These are real conversations happening right now where it's relative to your company and your product that you can engage in to increase your brand's visibility. But why? Because by 2026, traditional search volume is going to go down 25% as people replace search with AI. By 2028, it's predicted to have $750 billion in buying decisions being facilitated by AI conversation. Use Brandsight so that when AI gives that one answer, make it be you. Thank you.
We got a crypto project coming up, Patrick.
I know, yeah. I'm a little bit near and dear to my heart. Spent a little time in the crypto space, so pretty exciting. You know, I've even consulted for some prediction market spaces, so it's like I'm really interested in seeing how this one plays out. I almost want to run like a prediction market on like what product here gets the most interest in like investors. That would be super cool.
First to 5 million revenue.
Oh, that'd be yeah. Well, yeah, do we need to include Mopac in that because they're a little ahead of the game? A little bit of a 1.2 million head start, but yeah. But anyways, I'd like to introduce Premonition.
Hey everyone, I'm Ramesh, and alongside Yivin and Aman, we built Premonition, the trading terminal for prediction markets. The current big dogs of prediction markets right now are Polymarket and Kalshi. There's tens of billions of dollars being traded across these markets that allow you to bet on different events, from who's going to win a presidential election to who's going to win the best director at the Oscars this year. The problem is for traders is that there's so many options, but how do you actually find out where you should put your money to actually get a profit? Currently, you'd have to do a lot of manual research into specific markets, join Twitter feeds, Discords, Telegrams, and doing all this takes a lot of time. And once you've actually done your research, the market might have already shifted in another direction, and now you've wasted time and have no profit to show for it. That's where we come in with Premonition. Premonition will show you live market data, breaking news that can sway the markets, and a deep research agent that can do specific research into a specific market for you and find out if the current market is overpriced or underpriced, and based on that, suggest a buy or a sell. Now, Aman will walk you through Premonition.
So once you enter the terminal, you'll be able to see all the different markets that you can trade, and it gives you high-level information like price, volume, and when it expires. We also have tags based on whatever category you're interested in, so crypto, politics, or sports, or if there's a market that's closing soon. So we're going to show you what an actual market looks like. So for this one, it's betting on the next Prime Minister of Netherlands. So you get the charts of like all the current active like people that you can trade against, as well as like the general stats as you scroll down. So you get like who's the leading person, who's like most likely to win, when it expires, and the resolution strategy for how this market will end. So let's say that you actually want to start to bet on this market. You go to our research agent and you'll start a deep research. This will pull in the live market data, and it'll also like search the web for accurate sources to generate a full comprehensive report to give you context on this market. So this is going to take a while, so we'll show you what one looks like at the end. This one is for the Oscars, like Best Cinematography Award for 2026. So I'll hand it off to Yibin to explain it in more detail.
Right, so this is our deep research agent. Remember, so we have new prediction market traders who are going into new markets and they don't have too much context over this. So they want to do research. Right now, they might have to open hundreds of Chrome tabs just doing research here and there on ChatGPT. Well, we condense it all into our deep research agent platform. I'll point you to the top right there. That is our core thesis. This is the core thesis of, after all our research, we have determined whether a market is fairly priced, overpriced, or underpriced. This is the core thing that will make you money as a prediction market trader. But you have the thesis, you actually have to back it up with evidence. So we also have the executive summary, which gives important context on the market,
as well as citations. So if you want to delve a little deeper, you're able to do that. Also, we have other key facts. For example, we have upcoming catalysts, resolution criteria, even key factors. This will all build upon what you learn about the new market. And then I'll also point you to the left side. That is where you can actually ask questions to the deep research agent. And based on the questions, it will actually do research through semantic search and will actually update the deep research. So what that means is essentially it's a living document, right? Maybe you don't like certain parts of the research. Maybe you want more context on past areas of that market. You're actually able to do that, and you'll be able to see the past versions for that as well. So now that we did all this research, let's actually go back and let's trade. Let's, for this market, let's buy a few shares of it. There we go. And then so Aman just put in the trade, and then you can see actually in our portfolio a list of all the trades that you did in a really helpful interface.
So we built Premonition in just 1 week, and we want to continue iterating on it based on feedback and criticisms from actual users. So if you're ready to start making money, scan our QR code to join our waitlist. And I have a feeling you might even say I have a premonition that we can help you do that. Thank you.
So we went from something that I'm near and dear to, now it's something that you're pretty close to.
Yeah, I love the Roblox ecosystem.
Yeah.
And this next team had a pretty simple idea, which is like build Lovable, but for Roblox. And I'm not going to talk too much about it, but it's a massive ecosystem. I'm pretty excited to see it. I think a lot of people underestimate how complex the ecosystem is. The developer ID, everything that's happening, the robustness of the games. It's a totally different world that maybe not a lot of you are familiar with. Yeah. So this is the Robuddy team, and I'm going to let them take it from here.
Show of hands. Who here has heard of Roblox? Wow, everyone. Roblox is a huge deal. It is the world's largest gaming platform with a massive creator marketplace. Millions of user-created games featuring in-game purchases made with the virtual currency Robux that creators then exchange for real-world currency. 400 million monthly active users, 4.8 billion in projected revenue for 2025. But there's a problem. Less than 1% of those users are creating and participating in this economy.
And the reason there are so few creators is making games is hard. The Roblox studio itself is clunky. The interface is overwhelming. There are tons of videos online of kids expressing their frustration. They even have an official AI assistant, but it's trash. It can't make a full game. It can't even make a castle. On the left, this is the castle it supposedly thought would be good. On the right, we asked it to make a more sophisticated castle. Have some doors, towers with tops. Yeah, seriously, it gave us this. Wait until you see ours. Introducing Robuddy. So here we see, when it loads, a 16-year-old gamer, Kellen, try to make his first game with just the default Roblox studio.
Why do you need a physics degree to make a jumping puzzle?
There's lots of panels, there's lots of buttons.
What?
You got to use Robuddy.
Having a sound desynchronization here.
Why do you need a
out of full screen.
physics degree to make a jumping puzzle?
Oh, you love demo glitches.
You're doing it the boomer way. What?
So,
Internet.
yeah, we're gonna turn that off. So we'll skip past that part.
Let's try again. Once more. Mine is the best.
So yes, when you open up Roblox Studio, there's just too many buttons, too many panels. Why do you need a physics degree to make a jumping puzzle?
You're doing it the boomer way.
What?
You got to use Robuddy. Move over. Sammy is now creating his game exclusively using the Robuddy plugin. He asks for the terrain. Now we jump into play mode. He's simultaneously playing and editing the game. He asks for an elaborate castle. Robuddy builds it around him right before his eyes. And it is beautiful. We've got complex structures, gorgeous textures. One of my favorite features, live edit. Sammy is removing blocks to make new doors in the game while he tests it. And it's not just blocks. We have a curated library of assets that you can place. Sammy drops in the car, jumps in, and goes to explore the full scope of what Robuddy has built for him.
Create a game. 3 simple steps. First, download our plugin. Second, chat with AI. And third, relax, sit, and wait for AI to create whole game. Next. So under the hood, we have a powerful AI which pieces together all components to create a complete game. It uses curated assets, creates scripts, and builds a game logic, and it glues them together. Currently, using Robuddy, we built a free games. We have an obstacle course, we have a first-person shooter, and we have a racing game.
Guys, this is $1 billion idea. We have a massive opportunity here. We are going to finally turn those 400 million players into creators who can participate in this economy.
So sign up here on robuddy.games to get early access. Thank you.
It's a pretty tough thing to rip during a week.
No, that's probably the
game
most
generator.
interesting. Yeah, the most interesting thing is I've actually seen teams struggle with this for 6 to 8 to 9 months and give up. And so to see that they've actually accomplished this in 7 days is insane. Yeah.
I'm gonna let you got to intro these guys.
So one of the big things that we've already talked about is agentic coordination and managing of context. So this next team actually wants to address just that. They do it in a very unique and entertaining way. So I'm excited to present the Megaton. Did I say it right? The Megaton. Thank you.
The state of software engineering is changing. We're entering an era of AI-first engineering. When you do this on your own, whether it's vibe coding or something more disciplined like we've spent the last 3 months learning, it feels amazing. Feels like magic. But there's a problem. As soon as you try to do this with a team, it breaks. In traditional engineering, you add people and you get more output. In AI engineering, you add speed, you add people, and you get chaos. You get merge conflicts. You get misalignment. You get a lot of wasted time. We experienced this ourselves during Gauntlet's group project week. We had a team, good people, good code. But because our workflow was broken, because we couldn't set boundaries on who owned what in a way that held up to the speed at which we were working, we ended up with two completely separate backends that took days to disentangle. And every day in this new world is an eternity. Our workflow failed. We realized that the state of the art for AI development doesn't work when you add AI to the mix. So we fixed it. We built a tool that lets a team work at the speed of AI with the safety of traditional engineering. We built Megaton.
Megaton makes AI development work for teams. Behind me, you'll see Megaton working on a project. This shows 3 agents, Pluto, Codex, and Gemini, all working in parallel. They took this project from an empty They took this project from an empty directory to a full MVP in under 20 minutes with no conflicts and no redundancy. Safety is built into the architecture. Every file is tracked in real time. The moment an agent touches a file, it is locked globally and no one else can touch it. That lock isn't released until their work is done. Your entire team can work on the same project without ever touching the same file at once. Collisions don't happen because they can't happen. You don't have to think about it. You get the speed of AI, you keep the trust of traditional engineering.
Usually when you have agents running this fast, you run into another wall, context. The agents run out of memory, they start to hallucinate, then they break things. Fixing coordination without fixing context just means you fail faster. We found an 80% solution with a RAG implementation, either cloud hosted or locally run for free, but even RAG gets outrun by teams working at AI speed. So we looked for another solution that solves the context problem at team scale. And we found Inscriptum. Inscriptum is an LLM memory solution built by a partner of ours for teams that need the best. Inscriptum is in a league of its own. It is the solution to context management that we have all been looking for. It serves your agents exactly what they need and summarizes the rest so they have access to your entire internal code base, your documentation, your style guides, and it does it all while staying inside the context window. It is remarkably efficient.
Megaton was built by 3 talented engineers and also by Megaton. This is not just a fancy interface and a slick demo. This is something we are actively using. And soon it will be something you can use as well. Megaton gives you coordination without chaos, context without limits. Megaton, move fast, break nothing.
One of the coolest things about working with AI is not only can you just build so many unique and interesting products and businesses, you can also identify and solve unique problems that everybody deals with on a regular basis. Next up, we have Bronn, my best friend.
Hello, testing, testing. Can you guys hear me? All right, sounds good. 1 second. Cool. All right, so this is my project for an iOS app named Bronn. Bronn, your agentic teammate. Okay. So first we start off with a little bit of a use case, right? Let's say you are a college student. College students have a lot that they need to do,
right? They have to study for exams. They have to, think about girlfriends, boyfriends. They got to think about a lot of stuff, right? But in the background, there are a lot of tasks that a college student has to fulfill, right? They have to send their resume to a company, right? They have to check their calendar for tasks or, exams and things like that, right? Also sending tweets, sending messages through different social media, right? With all of these different tasks that a college student has to do, this takes up a lot of time, right? This takes up a lot of time where they are not able to do the work that they want to do, okay? How can I focus on doing the work that I want to do, that you want to do? Meet Bronn. What is Bronn, right? Bronn is a reliable teammate, right? He is a productivity assistant. The idea here is that he is a deep agent for all, right? Not just a deep agent for companies, for businesses, for marketing teams. He is a deep agent for the general consumer. What is Bronn not? Bronn is not a chat bot. Bronn is not a deep researcher. Bronn is not your therapist, right? I know a lot of people, myself included, use ChatGPT for therapy. This is not what this is. All right. What makes Bronn different from other I guess, interfaces, similar interfaces like this? One thing is productivity API integration, right? Bronn has access to 10,000 plus APIs with Composio, right? This makes it quicker to execute tasks than OpenAI or Claude agents, right? Because OpenAI and Claude agents use something called playwright tools, where they are manually searching on a web page to complete a task. Here, Bronn skips all of that, right, and calls the API tools directly, right? So this is you save a lot of time. Next thing is generative UI, right? What is generative UI? We are dynamically showing a component for displaying or gathering information, right? So an agent can display some sort of information, right? Whether it's like a calendar you see here, could be the weather, or it could be asking the user for information to complete a request. Why is this important? This is important because AIs take a lot of the code work out of you, right? You don't have to focus too much on the implementation, right? You are focusing on how do you communicate information to the user. Here's a quote from LangChain, right? The power an AI application comes down to is how well it facilitates human AI collaboration. And for that reason, we think UI UX is one of the most important places to be innovating. All right, so a little bit of a demo. Stand by as I try to figure this one out. All right, cool. All right, so here's the iOS app, right? So first it takes you to this roster. Kieran gave me a good keyword, roster, since we're dealing with bronze. Right, a good roster of different tasks that are currently happening in the background. What I'm able to do is create a new Bronn. Right, welcome, I'm Bronn, your AI assistant. Try asking me about your calendar, weather, or to send an email. Right, let's say I wanted to do some sort of multi-step task. I need to put this microphone down to type, so bear with me. Okay, so let's say I wanted to send this person an email of my latest GitHub repo. Okay. All right, you see the first thing that it does is creates a plan, right? So this takes a few different steps. First thing you have to do is connect to GitHub, right, and fetch your repos. Next thing, select which repo to share, compose an email with the repo link, review it, and approve before sending. Right, if this looks good, right, we can go ahead and start the execution. Now, as you can see, this is generative, so it did kind of like generate this. Oh,
Okay, I guess it does. I guess it does work. All right, connected to. Okay, cool. Step one complete. Select which repository. I guess Bronn iOS. Hey, I wanted to share. Well, let's go up here. Right, great choice. Right, we can go ahead and compose this email, or it kind of generated one for us. We'll go ahead and continue. All right, and then we have to review before. We have to approve before sending. So let's go ahead and approve. Right, and task complete. Right, it sent an email to John. Okay. Now, excuse me as I go back to the slides. All right, cool. Appreciate it. All right, so let's talk a little bit about the architecture. Right, so in order for a Bronn to work, right, we need a few different AI agents working as a multi-agent team, right? So first you have your main supervisor that takes in inputs and displays information to the user. You have the planner who creates a step-by-step plan for executing this task, a policy agent for making sure that each agent gets the correct information that it needs, the executor who actually executes the task, and a UI agent for actually creating the UI component. Okay, so let go and let Bronn. All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, so now we're going to bring up some kind of pre-selected challengers, but not really. Just kind of ripping it from the audience. So if you're on X, pinging questions, these are challengers who are in the current cohort. Also, audience, feel free to raise your hand. I'll ask questions. If there's other challengers who want to come talk because they feel like they have something they need to say on this, raise your hand and I'll bring you up here too. So Peter, give me Vanessa, give me Harrison to start.
You can't box jump that? Jeez.
Can't jump that? Building an athletic company for foundational excellence. Jump up a stair. Come on. Here. Here you go. So who looks the most nervous out of this group? You actually all look pretty chill. Tell me about your Gauntlet experience. What was the hardest part? What was the most fun part? Whatever you want to talk about. Just let it rip.
I don't think I've worked this hard.
Nope.
You guys hear me?
Yep.
There we go. I don't think I've worked this hard since maybe college, like in terms of how many all-nighters I'm pulling, just how much I'm doing, how much like context switching I'm doing, because we're not just coding projects week over week. And by the way, sometimes we have 3 projects going in 1 week at a time. It's also you're talking to companies, you're interviewing, it's like speed dating. You're getting to know everybody. You're getting a lot of knowledge from all the mentors at Gauntlet. So it's a lot to soak in. And if you've worked a normal 9 to 5, nothing like it. It's 24/7, round the clock, weekends included. So that's definitely the hardest part, in my opinion.
I'd say for me was learning to trust the process. Once early in the cohort, Mr. Patrick Skinner here just told us put in your 80 to 100 hours and trust in the process from there, get the keyboard time. So I'd say week 2, when we had to build a mobile app of some kind, that's not my traditional background, but I heard the hard mode was to go learn to use Swift and put something on iOS, so I wanted to go do the hard mode. And I was probably 2 to 3 days behind by the time we got to Friday before I actually hit our MVP. And then everything started to come together, and super rewarding to see something that you've built on there and being able to hand it out to hiring partners, and they're smiling, having joy using something that you've made. That's been a great experience here at Gauntlet.
I'd say the hardest thing for me was probably meeting John Lucas. If anyone's ever had a session with him, he will rip you a new one. But I think that was what was really fun about being at Gauntlet though. Because yes, the building is hard, but Harrison said, Peter said, you put in the time and you're gonna pass. But what's hard is really trying to think very differently than you already do. And Patrick, John do an excellent job at doing that. I mean, they tear your ideas down, but they do it because they know they can push you and get something really, really fucking good. And I'd say that was like the hardest thing I had to do at Gauntlet.
I feel like she just tore you down and then built you back up too.
A girl being like, yeah, you look so nice, except you're fat, you know?
Hey, you picked her. I'm just saying. Like,
that's crazy. All right, so we're getting some questions in from X. Some of the questions are, what part of this or what thing can you do now would have felt impossible 10 weeks ago? What prevented you from quitting midway through the cohort? If you were to go back to your old job now, how much more would you be prepared? Could you do it better, faster? Give me the difference between where you are now as engineers and where you were before.
I'd say for me, it's being unafraid of any tech stack. Just the familiarity with the unknown. This has also been a great practice of 1,000 hours of agency and bias to action. My background is mostly in startups, so I'm used to being in a slightly more environment where people take action in the unknown. But yeah, there was literally weeks where you're kind of given a little bit of a rough area, but you don't have client data. You got to go synthesize that. You don't have a clear direction. You don't know which tech stack you necessarily want to implement. So you got to spend time digesting with the LLMs, considering different approaches and bringing that through. So yeah, just even higher comfort with the unknown and just heading right into it.
I'd say before Gauntlet, I always imagined myself at some point I would have my own company. But now after leaving Gauntlet, that is like, it's happening. So I definitely got the confidence that I can have an amazing team and build a really cool product and, you know, see what happens.
I think for me, just how fast everything is moving. Like if you're, building 3 projects in a week and you have, 10,000 plus lines per repo. Before Gauntlet, I read every line of code. And again, when you're working 3 projects in a week, there is a bit more on the vibe coding side of things. I think there's a balance you strike, obviously, but I've learned a lot of strategies to help strike that right balance, again, of pushing secure, production-ready code while still being able to move faster. Things like parallelizable agents, stuff that I just wasn't aware like you could do before. Planning a lot more upfront and knowing exactly what I want out of the outputs to help verify definitely helped a lot. And again, before, I think my development process was just way slower. So,
can I ask you guys an honest question?
We're here to lie.
Absolutely.
So
Depends what it is.
Yeah. So did you think Gauntlet was a scam before you applied?
100%.
Yeah.
100%. I was 50-50 on it till the last day, actually. I was like, am I really going to go and fly to this thing of like, they're promising all these big things and I don't know if this is real. Who are these people? I don't know who these people are. I'm like risking quitting my job to do this. So for sure. I was pleasantly surprised. Like I came in with super low expectations because that was my mentality. Far surpassed. It's been an absolute fantastic program. The people have been great. Far better than I expected to. Yeah, I expected maybe like, college grads coming out who like couldn't land a job right now. Like, no, everybody here has great experience. Everybody knows what they're doing. I've been very impressed with the leaders and even just the executive team at Gauntlet.
I forgot, what was the question?
Was it a scam all along?
Oh yeah, well, I had insider trading information because I knew Patrick Skinner. And so he called me one day and I had seen him posting on Twitter about Gauntlet AI and I knew him from the crypto world. So I thought, oh my God, he's like in another bubble.
So it's definitely a scam, right?
Yeah, I was like, oh man, he's just going like in a bubble to bubble. And I remember like you were so excited about it. Like you were walking outside and now like I get it because we've had those like really late nights where you just have to go on a walk and get things off your mind. But I remember the way you were explaining Gauntlet to me was like, this is what I've been looking for my entire life. Like a place where you can go so hardcore, like go full in. They market that it's like 80 hours to 100 hours and it is very real. If you don't put in that time, I mean, you have to be a really good coder, but if you don't, you just like don't get what you can out of Gauntlet. And when you're around that many people pushing that hard, I mean, really like amazing things happen. So you sold it like very high, and it's still like blew like, yeah. I'm still so surprised with everything that went down. So thank you.
I'd say for me, I'd probably been following Austin ever since the Bloom Tech days, just because I believed like everybody walking out of university with $200,000 of debt was not a great system with great incentives. So looking at people looking to do something alternatively in the education space, it always appealed to me. It just wasn't the right product for me to go train under at the time, but I'm always looking for that unconventional piece. And that's what Gauntlet has been. And everything has been true through. I mean, all my friends here have now got great salaries because they put in all that hard work. Yeah, it's real.
Can I say one more thing, actually, to people who are watching it at home? When I looked into this program, I saw some of the, again, Bloom Tech things that kind of didn't work out in the end. I think you can take that for what it is, but I think now with Gauntlet, the incentive structure lines up so well. There is a strong need for talent and AI trained talent at different companies and employers. And then there is also a need on the other side of training to get there and to be that person. So I think the incentives just line up really well now. I think it's a fantastic program, and I hope it continues to grow.
Why are you guys looking at me?
You're asking the questions, aren't you?
Okay.
We need more questions on X.
What I'm sure there was some moment. Can you describe a moment of despair? Like, what was the moment where it was 2 a.m.
last night
before capstone presentations? Okay.
Not joking.
I'm sure, yeah. What was your moment of like despair that you felt like I was up on the deadline and for some reason I couldn't get this thing working? What was that moment for you guys?
For me, it was this week, like these last 3 days. I've been up literally 3 or 4 days straight till 5 a.m. just grinding because our team, first of all, we're dealing with interviews. We're dealing with a lot of other things. So we didn't necessarily have as much time as we wanted to for our capstone earlier in the week. So we really had to grind to catch up and get to where we're at. And so there was a few moments the last few days where I was like, are we going to make it? Like, this is rough. It's not looking great. But we've got here. So yeah, glad to, have kind of pushed through and made it.
Do you think that, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, oh my God, this is the worst ever, was when Tom over there in the corner was demoing our Mopac software app. And he was looking at a feature I had built, and it was just sticking a knife in me over and over again, calling it AI slop, and I would never use this. And it was out of love, I know that. But that was one of those moments, like that night, we pulled it all-nighters and just like realized like, okay, this is trash. We have to move this code. And it's kind of like whatever it takes, you just have to do. But thanks, Tom. I appreciate the push.
Moment of despair. I'd say week 3, that was our last remote week, and we were asked to make a video editor on desktop. I had not worked with Electron or Tari before, and we just gotten the slight go-ahead that Tari was maybe viable to try and do this with 3 days, because this was just before we all moved down here on Halloween weekend. So for whatever reason, I was just grinding through with the prompts, and still, I had not used any of these IDEs, Cursor or Claude Code yet much before. So still getting familiar with those and finding different ways to get effective prompts. And then Composer came out on Cursor, and it was such an effective knife. A little heavy on the tokens, but just little piece after little piece after little piece that you gave it, it changed. And I mean, that's been the crazy thing through the 10 weeks. We had, our video pipeline project, and after we finished the project, there was 5 new releases of Kling and Sam and everything from Apple and everybody. The tools are constantly changing, so we've had to really be on top of those.
Are you impressed with what you're building now as a result? I mean, like, you're so deep in this world at this point. What is the difference in speed, execution, precision from where you started to where you're at now? And then what do you think is, again, honest takes, and I appreciate your honesty. What do you think people, potential applicants, misunderstand about the Gauntlet experience, either from the technical side, the culture side, the mindset side? I'll leave it open-ended for you guys.
Sorry, first part was what again?
Yeah, that was the worst question ever.
The long question. I just lost track of where the first part was.
What do
there.
people misunderstand about Gauntlet from the challenger side? Like, you're not just like vibe coding in your garage. I think a more appropriate analogy would be you're the equivalent of a Formula F1 mechanic, right? Like, what is the difference between someone just casually vibe coding and someone with engineering experience getting steroids to become a 10x engineer?
I mean, there's a lot of things that go into that. I think one thing is, like, for example, we're not just building applications that I'm like using on localhost, right? That I can just play with myself. We're building applications that many users can come in. They're scalable, they're low latency, they're collaborative. I think this is in week one, the Figma app, week one. Yeah. You know, we had to come up with a data strategy of like, how is this real-time communication going to be done? Are you communicating over WebSockets? Where are you persisting the data to? You know, we're not just vibe coding these things and again, posting a cute video and throwing it on X. These things are, and you know, to be realistic, you know, in a week project, you're not building $1 billion business, not maybe 100% production ready, but we're getting pretty damn close. And so I'm pretty impressed with myself. I've never built this many, again, scalable, like reliable applications over such a short time, like this fast. So again, yeah, I mean, I don't think what we're building is AI slop at all. It probably would require work if you want to keep working on it. If you want to make this into a business, of course, you're not going to build a business in 1 week, but it's a great starting point. So that's my take on it.
Vanessa, real quick, before you answer this question, I kind of want to like put a unique spin on that question. We had a few people that were, you know, maybe interested in joining Gauntlet. Person walks in and they go to you and they say, I can be an AI engineer. I use X. What is that X? Like that says, dude, you're basic. You're like, this is just the basics of AI engineer. What is that X? And then like how much more of what you use is what differentiates versus somebody that's like interested in doing AI engineering versus what you do now?
To be honest, I don't think it's the tool that makes you basic. I think it's your process that makes you basic. Before Gauntlet, I was vibe coding. I would be building apps and, you know, I need a button, error. And it was just like very like one thing after another. And I mean, I think that's vibe coding. But what Gauntlet teaches you, it teaches you to have a structure and a process that you really have to follow, but also experiment with other processes. Like Harrison said, there's new tools coming out all the time. And if you just get comfortable with one stack, you're really just doing a disservice to yourself. So when I hear someone telling me, you know, oh, I context engineer, I'll ask, okay, so like, what does your process look like? And to me, it's very telling when, first of all, they don't answer right away because they start with, well, is it brownfield or is it greenfield? And then that's when I know, okay, this person kind of knows something. And then, you know, we'll dig into that. But for those who don't know, a brownfield project is you're adding features or working on a project that already exists. Greenfield is when you're just spinning up a new MVP, which is, you know, generally a lot easier because it's a lot harder to, you know, generate AI code, make it work on an existing project, and like make sure you don't break anything else. So that's what I would say.
I'd probably say anybody that actually cares about managing their context window would surpass the threshold of are you a vibe coder or not. If you're not within the minutia of the tools, you might be missing all of that alpha of how do you execute. I tried Lovable for the first time this week, and it gave a decent shot at stuff, but the drive past the vibe coder is, you know, not just giving up on that and then making a whole new prompt every time. Just if you're a single prompt person and you don't have a workflow, like Vanessa said, to work through and have maybe vision and taste, I would say that's another big thing is what is your standard of taste of what you want to build. And I think that's something that has been really neat to get refined at Gauntlet is that the tasks have not been easy. Some weeks are easier than others, but each week does stretch you. And you got to maintain that high standard to continue.
Yeah, unrelated to all of this, but your accounting SaaS platform just got a sign up. Brandy told me.
Awesome.
Yeah. So you're in business.
Perfect.
This is good. Also, if anyone has, oh, you want to clap? Go ahead. Please clap. If anyone in the you have a question. Okay. I'm going to ask them a question and then I'll bring you the mic, which is someone is on the fence. Someone is a decent to very, very good engineer. Let's say a very good engineer. They have a good job. They're not sure if they should apply to Gauntlet. What are you telling them?
I think I did this to you, Vanessa. I think that's why you're here, kind of thing.
I mean, for me, it was like two things, right? Like, number one, do you want to change your life? And number two, are you like what you're working on? Are you really excited about it? And those were the two things that were really just like a no-brainer. So I think it would be those two things.
I think for me, the tipping point is, I mean, I was already kind of thinking about jumping from my previous role. Maybe that's why I got targeted with ads on X, who knows? But like for me, I've been in my last role at AWS for 7 years, and I was kind of at the point where I didn't feel a lot of fulfillment. I felt as though I was stagnating a bit. So even though I was on the fence about the program, the thing that really had me kind of make a push is wanting to make, I guess, a big push in my career, like a big change in my life. And I think this actually has provided that for me. Again, I wasn't sure what would happen. I think it has. And I didn't come, I came from a FANG job. It was a good job. And I still decided to take that risk, take that jump, and see where this would take me. So I don't know. I think if you feel like you're in that kind of spot in your life where you do want to take a risk, kind of take a stab at something new, this might be the program for you.
I would say if you want to not be left behind, I think there will be a slow atrophy across all industries for people who are not willing to be AI forward, AI first, anything within that flavor. You're not going to die tomorrow as a business in an industry, but everything else is going to start moving faster than you. And so for me, I mean, just trickle after trickle, since ChatGPT 3, that's kind of when it struck everybody that this was something relevant. We've had ML and AI research for decades, but this was actually when it could start being usable by more than just a select academic groups or research with high funding. So if you want to be a part of this, again, the costs and everything are removed to make this available to you. The biggest thing is your opportunity cost. So if you're doing something better than this, if you're working 120 hours at the edge of AI already by yourself, then yeah, don't go to Gauntlet. But my guess is you're not, and you should enroll.
Harrison touched on a really good point. They're asking for nothing. You're not paying anything. You just show up. Everything's free. You get housing. You get food. You get mentorship. You get your laundry done for you. It's like living at home, your teens again. Like just show up and see what happens. That's kind of what my mentality was, and it turned out pretty good.
I do want to just
sorry,
one quick
question. Go
add
ahead.
is you do have to show up, but you cannot coast. If you coast at Gauntlet, it's gonna suck for you. It's gonna suck finding people to work with. It's gonna suck finding a job, and just yes, Gauntlet does provide all these wonderful things, but you also have to commit and give it 110%.
Yeah, now I'm sitting in the audience, and so I'm going to ask a follow-up question to that, and then I'll give you your question, which is just talk about how ruthless it is, like the standard. So it's free. We don't care what you believe in. We don't care what you do in your free time. We care that you're a motivated engineer and you have a winning mentality, and you'll gamble on yourself and you'll follow through. But do talk about what happens if you don't. What have you seen?
There's no coasting. There's no coasting. It's not like you get into the program and you're good. You just make it through. Every single week, we're seeing people actually drop like flies. There is rigorous standards. Again, people are even down to the last few weeks still getting nailed for not really being on top of their stuff. So you have to be grinding hard. You're not here to coast. You're not here to just make friends and kind of chat all day. You have to do. Although that's fun too.
That's what you did all day.
That is what I did
right?
all day. Yeah. Yeah. I get my work done in private. People just don't see it.
Treehouse. He's always in the treehouse.
But yeah, I would say you have to get your deliverables done. There's deadlines. There's 3 a week. Oftentimes, sometimes you have 3 projects a week. No, you cannot coast for sure.
Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Jaya, and I heard y'all describe the collaboration earlier as being extremely intense and more than what you would encounter in a work environment. So I'm curious what training or what measures that y'all took personally to deal with drama, mental health, things like that. I'm kind of imagining this reality TV show environment. And so, yeah, what did you do?
Well, we were literally recording, so it does have a reality TV show element to it, but go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, things can get heated sometimes. Like you're spending a lot more time around people than you normally would at a job, or like even with your family at home. Like we kind of live in the office oftentimes. Sometimes you can even get too comfortable too. So you learn, you live and you learn, and you try to keep things professional, of course. But I think people, again, they get, whether it's like debating over some architecture or debating over something in a project in your group, or Mopac, I've heard some crazy things too. But like you have to, at the end of the day, come together, understand you're a team, you're working together, you're spending a lot of time together, and anytime you get comfortable and spend a lot of time with people, people show their emotions and wear them on their sleeve. So there's a bit of like a professional aspect to it too. You have to be very reasonable and kind of, I guess, have high EQ, maybe is the right way to put it.
Yeah, that's was going to be exactly my answer. When I decide who I want to work with, for starters, the baseline at Gauntlet is already high tech. Like you already know how to build. You can build really quickly. So everything else is just really EQ, in my opinion. So I will only work with people that I know have high EQ, because you're gonna have moments where you're presenting to Pat, asking them like, "What do you think about our idea?" And then they're gonna say, "It's not sexy." And then you have to be with your team and figure out like, what's the next move. And so if you're with people with high EQ, it's a lot easier to move forward. And just like, I don't know, just like not getting insulted. Like if something sucks, it's not about you sucking, it's just that sucks. And as long as you don't associate with it, I think you'll be fine. But I also lucked out and got the best 2 teammates ever. So I haven't had much drama on my team, fortunately.
I think there was a few weeks where you're pushing the all-nighters or you're not walking. I was thankfully only maybe once did I get home and the sun was already up. Most of the other nights I could pretend that I was getting a normal night's sleep, even if it was only 4 hours, because it was still dark, even if it was 5 or 6 in the morning. And the lack of sleep, sometimes I would notice, like in a conversation, it brought an edge to like how I'm conversing with someone else. And if I noticed that, I'd take an extra scoop of creatine.
So, as mentors, we kind of like pushed you guys into like these situations, because obviously, like out of a show of hands, how many of you had heard from a mentor that the thing you were building was either too basic or not hard enough? How many? Yeah. So like we all tried really, really hard to make sure that we were pushing you guys beyond what you guys originally thought you were capable of. So given that, tell me, what was your favorite project or I should say the project you're most proud of, that you were like, okay, I don't know if we're going to be able to do this, but we pulled it off?
I mean, Patrick, you helped me beta test my favorite project.
Yeah.
The Barry G1 Unitree humanoid robot.
Yeah.
Austin ordered one. I saw it was coming from Hong Kong. I was like, oh, that's going to be stuck on a boat. I'm not going to even get to touch that by the time of the end of the cohort. But he arrived, I think, like 10 days later. We had a great unboxing. Then I had to wait like 3 or 4 other weeks of projects, just watching them in the corner till I get my chance. Mm-hmm. I'm a huge robotics nerd, so I was just super excited to see that we were going to have that and then get the chance. And to do so, it's pretty crazy stuff. You feel like you're jumping into another body. We'd also bought a Quest 3, so we wanted to do teleoperation. Basically, you put on the VR headset, you see through the eyes of the robot, and then you use those Quest controllers. And when you move your hands, the robot moves his hands too, and the joysticks to like walk around. And that's pretty trippy. It was so fun.
It was a really cool experience because I had never experienced anything like that ever. And what was this? It's like midnight, 1 a.m., something like that. And he was like, "Here, put this on." And then that crazed look in his eye, and I'm like, "Okay, cool." And I'm like moving stuff around, and he's putting the soccer ball in my like robotic hands, and I'm like extending it and pulling it in. And it seems so basic, but at the same time, it's a completely surreal experience to have. And so, yeah, that was an awesome one. Vanessa?
I'm gonna have to say Mopac. Mopac, because as an engineer, I grew probably the most that I think I've ever grown. And if it wasn't for that experience, I don't think I would have had the confidence of, I guess, like where I'm at now. And, for those who aren't familiar with Mopac, a few of us, there was 12 other engineers that were chosen to relive this Marin, which, I mean, some of the guys did a presentation on it. And basically it was like, yeah, 12 other people you've never met before, and you have one mission to build this company. And we made a lot of mistakes along the way, but it was also just, I mean, for me, like I've never had that kind of experience where I got to work with so many different kinds of people with different experiences. And so being able to push it and give it to Andrew and Matt in a, hopefully in a good way for them to take it off. Yeah, that's definitely like the project I'm most proud about.
Mine was my week 1 project. And I mean, I don't know if it's necessarily my best project, but I think it's twofold. One, working on, first it was a Figma clone. I took a spin on it though and did like a 3D version because I like 3D printers. I like 3D modeling. I wanted something that I could like create AI or have AI create objects for me and then just like send it to my printer and not have to worry about it. So that was fun. That was cool. But then also it was the first time in a really long time I've like worked on a project so hard around the clock. You know, it was different. Like it reminded me of, I guess, again, like college a little bit, instead of this like kind of multi-month, maybe even like half-year process of like design, you know, design review, implementation phase, yada, yada. It felt very good to like iterate really quickly on something. So honestly, it was just like the first, you know, reminder, but then also just really cool to like think about the system and how I was going to build it. I built it in 3JS. You know, I had this again, like data layer kind of planned out and how I wanted it to be architected, how I wanted the real-time sync to work, realizing, oh shoot, they're still kind of a little jumpy. I need to interpolate things so that it's like really smooth for people who are on the same canvas. Just a really fun project overall.
Do we have any other questions in the crowd that we want to have? Go ahead for it.
Hey, thanks. So as millions of software engineers can relate across the world, tech jobs feel like a game of musical chairs. So at Gauntlet, all 4 of you, how many job offers did you get?
I'd say, I mean, the great news is it was oversubscribed. There was less of us than there was job offers. And I would expect that will continue as people realize the value of the people that are coming out of this program. One official, probably like 2 to 3 other verbals that I could have pursued if I didn't go with the one that showed up.
Yeah, I had one official, a few other that we were talking, and yeah, I was humble brag, but me and my 2 girls we were the first hires of the cohort, so we were off the market pretty quickly. So you're welcome. You guys could all have the other jobs.
Yeah, for me, I was blessed enough to get a few offers. I would say, I guess, to expand on maybe that question, or even if somebody's thinking about doing this and ends up doing this program in the future who's watching in, I would highly encourage you. The program does promise a lot. Don't rely on it to just funnel you a job. That's not how it works. You're still a candidate. You're still going out and introducing yourself. You're still making a good impression on the people you're meeting with. You have to go out and make the connections yourself. You're still recruiting in a way, right? So don't, this is kind of the same logic of like, don't coast, and same with your recruiting. Like, be very intentional about it. Go and introduce yourself to people, go meet people. And that kind of helped me a lot, I think, with like the process. And to be honest, I didn't realize it at first. I think at first I was kind of in this boat of like, oh, they're going to schedule me for like these speed dating kind of interview things. Like, I just have to wait. Like, no, if you are interested, just go up, say, hi, I'm so-and-so, nice to meet you. If you have time, I would love to, you know, make some time to chat. So, yeah.
Yeah, you know, I give this talk in like the 2nd week or something like that, and for this cohort, and I really lean on this a lot, saying, you know, don't expect that these job offers are just going to fall into your lap, even though you made it into Gauntlet. The Gauntlet's not over. You know, work your ass off and make sure that you do everything you can to stand out to the prospective partners that you want to stand out to. And so, yeah, I mean, that's pretty much my feedback on that. Go ahead.
Yeah, I got a final question for you actually while you're walking around.
Yeah.
Thinking about it, which is like, if you're a potential applicant and you're like, oh, is there demand for me if I upskill myself to this level? You're in a unique spot because you were a challenger, you've had a business in the past. Now you've hired what, like 10 or 15 people at this point, something like that.
Yeah. A total of I think we have like 7 hires now. Yeah.
What is the demand for people who get the Gauntlet stamp of approval from the hiring partner side that you've seen?
Oh, yeah. So it's a little bit different for every hiring partner, but I would definitely see the number one thing across all board that like every hiring partner aligns with is agency. It's just showing that you have the ability to have like take on any and every problem and attack it full force and be that problem solver that is just like unrelenting problem solver. That is something that is, I think, slowly opening up for a lot of these companies. Is we've definitely slowed ourselves down. Even in the startup space, we slowed ourselves down. So we're like, we have to have all these processes, and we have to make sure we're doing things correctly. We got to get sign off from here, and here. And of course, there are several cases, many cases, where we still need to stick to processes. But then when it comes to genuine problem solving, I think having high level of agency is probably the number one thing that you need to be able to display when it comes to walking into a hiring partner's interview and showing them that, like, yes, I can, I can do everything that you throw at me. And yeah, I might come back with a few questions, whatever, but I'm always going to come back with a product or a result of whatever you handed me. So yeah, that's the number one thing you should show to prospective hiring partners.
Yeah, so this isn't really a question, but this is Jonathan who presented earlier with the automated security pen test project. He's like, dude, I got to say something. So current cohort member.
Yeah, I just want to reemphasize how important agency is. I got really lucky. I think my 2 original partners have forgiven me now, but mid like capstone, I realized my partner was alone in her group. And I just, I realized she's really talented. She had like great ideas. So I was like, I want to, see if I can learn from her. And so I kind of switched groups and I think it worked out for those guys too. But definitely for me, I learned a lot working with someone who has like an immense amount of agency. I think Vanessa, you got to work with her on Mopac. So I'm sure you've seen this more than I did. But, just she's not here to speak for, I think we're all aware of like the amount of offers that she got, and it's hard to tell, like, what is it? Like, why is every company trying to hire her? And, I think, yeah, just seeing that she's like, able to make her own decisions, able to learn on her own, able to like, push the envelope and also like push back. Like I thought I had all these great ideas, but she'd always be like, okay, yeah, I understand that. But she'd be able to add context around why we need to focus on certain things, right? So, I think that's the one thing that we all need to continue to build on is like our agency. I think, even for me, on the days the hiring partners were there, like Peter said, like, we all got scheduled with at least probably 1 or 2 interviews on those days when they were there, but I very quickly realized, like, man, these people might not be here again. So, I tried to get in front of as many of them as I can. And I think that definitely paid off for me. And so, yeah, I think, that can't be emphasized enough how much agency really matters, besides just having talent. It's like they say, hard work is always going to be talent. And, I think the first step is like just going after it.
Well, thank you guys so much. I appreciate you guys coming up here. Everybody give them a round of applause. We're going to keep going with our presentations. Give us just a few seconds to get things back in order.
No, we're taking 15.
Oh, sorry. Oh, 15. Yes.
We're not taking 15. We are taking 15.
Yeah, okay.
All right. We're taking, Rebecca said so. We're taking 15.
Because Becca said so.
All right. We'll see you at 3:45. All right.
Who's the most cracked engineer at Gauntlet right now?
Mike.
Who's the most cracked engineer at Gauntlet?
Bruce.
Who's the most cracked engineer at Gauntlet?
Bruce.
Who's the most cracked engineer at Gauntlet?
Bruce.
Who's the most cracked engineer at Gauntlet?
Kieran.
Kieran, who's the most cracked engineer at Gauntlet?
Bruce.
Who's the most cracked engineer at Gauntlet?
It's Max. You know who's the most cracked engineer? Claude.
Who's the most cracked engineer at Gauntlet?
Probably Peter though. Probably Matt Hume.
I'm gonna go with Casey.
I'll go with Casey. Matt Holm is the most cracked engineer.
Who's the most cracked engineer right now at Gauntlet? We got
Ash.
building this thing and not.
Who would you say is the most cracked engineer at Gauntlet right now?
It's probably me.
Ruben.
Probably my boy Murad.
Max has a pretty cool BMAD protocol that I'm about to try out, so I'll give him some credit.
Dude, I am, sure. It's gonna be somebody you haven't talked to yet, because nobody's talking to him.
Me? Yeah. Nah.
And I don't want to work in a Meta. I got offers from Apple, I got offers from Meta, but I don't want to work in those companies. My name is Tamid Rahim. I'm from Toronto, Canada, and I'm an ex-founder, aka that means my
Patrick,
Yeah.
I got to be honest with you. This is one of my favorite teams, but this is the creepiest picture I've ever seen. Tell us a little bit about this tech and then intro this team and let's rip.
Yeah. So first off, you gotta love AI generated imaging now.
Yeah.
Because at this point, so has anybody talked about when I got turned into an ad yet? Yeah. So during a demonstration with Mopac, they took a. First off, you guys are creepy because you found this photo of me from, I think, Facebook. I don't even know where you got it from. Probably, maybe X. I don't know. And then they turn it into like me drinking a Mai Tai on a cruise ship. So yeah. Anyways, total sidebar. But go ahead, guys. I want to go ahead and let you guys introduce Pluto.
Hi, everybody. We are Alex, Andy, Justice, and Alexis, the team that brought you Pluto, the Git workflow for AI-first teams. Over the past 10 weeks, we've spent thousands of hours experiencing how AI development tools have enhanced our individual productivity. Features that once took days, now fixed in hours. Bugs fixed in seconds. I love being able to do so much in a fraction of the time, but then came group projects week. I saw one team take turns on who can push directly to main. I saw another team all do the same feature and chose the best implementation. And another team would do separate repos entirely, just so that they wouldn't collide with each other, all to avoid this. When someone asks me if my PR is ready, I'm screaming inside because I have a merge conflict.
The problem is merge conflicts slow devs down. When we're working with AI, we move fast and we create these huge commits touching all different parts of our code base. And that creates conflicts that are a nightmare to merge. We've all seen our own productivity scale up 10x when we're using AI, but when we add team members, we don't capture those same gains. This is the AI scaling trap. There's a concept called Brooks' Law, which says at some point, adding another person to your dev team actually reduces the team's output. And this is due to gaps in communication. In our case, these gaps are lost context. We know what changes were made in our code, but we lose the why. And as we add team members, that gap grows and we find ourselves in merge conflict hell, where we're spending more time resolving these conflicts than actually pushing features. So what if we could use AI to bridge the gap between our current reality and the golden path where we are using AI to 10x human collaboration rather than fracturing it?
We've built an AI-first Git workflow where we go back to the basics of good Git practices, where we're making smaller, meaningful commits that lead to less merge conflicts down the line. To start, a user will type in Pluto start, which will start capturing every time a file is changed or edited, and they'll create a small context-rich commit that we call fibers. Here you can see in this session all these fibers being created. Once a user is at a good stopping point in their current workflow, they'll run Pluto spin, which will spin our small commit fibers into meaningful threads.
Each thread is validated with a QA loop to ensure the thread is deliverable. The QA agent acts on the proposed plan. The proposed plan is adjusted accordingly. The dependencies are grouped, lints and builds are run, and this ultimately culminates to a spun thread. AI intelligently groups these fibers into clean threads. The fibers can be sequential, interleaved, or made across multiple sessions. Non-Pluto commits, the commits the user intentionally makes, are preserved, and only the commit fibers are spun. Here you can see 20 fibers become 8 threads, or 20 file touches are consolidated into 8 clean commits.
Once the user is ready to make a PR or incorporate remote changes, they'll run Pluto weave, which will pull down the branch and weave in their local threads. Pluto will then use the context and messages from the previous commits to resolve merge conflicts. Merge conflicts it can't resolve, such as things dealing with business logic, architectural decisions, or ambiguous commits, are surfaced to the user for are surfaced to the user to resolve person. A QA agent is then ran, and when QA passes, a new merge commit is made, allowing the user to create a PR and commit to the tapestry that is their team's code.
So Pluto's 3-step workflow is really simple. You run Pluto start, and that starts tracking all of your file changes and the why. Then you run Pluto spin, that groups your file changes into clean commits that always work and that basically merge themselves. Finally, we use Pluto Weave to incorporate our local changes into our team's code base. All of this is built on top of Git, the version control your team already uses. To start with Pluto, you install it with a simple curl command and run Pluto init.
So try Pluto today, where merge conflicts become skillful weaves, and keep your team shipping fast. Scan the QR code or visit plutoai.dev to get started.
It's pretty cool to see projects be built at Gauntlet for problems you see arise
during Gauntlet. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like this is something that I really wish we had in Cohort 2, because the amount of times there was just infighting of like merge commits and all kinds of stuff like that. It was just, or merge conflicts and everything. It was just a nightmare sometimes. But anyways, I want to go ahead and introduce actionable intelligence from public records, Datap.
Hey everybody, before we get started, quick round of applause for all of the previous presentations and the ones still to come. You guys have been killing it. All right, awesome. So my name's Kieran Rushton, and I'd like to pitch to you a vision of the future. When you think about what the world of tomorrow looks like, you're probably imagining something that almost resembles the Jetsons. There's flying cars, and you have an army of robots waiting at every beck and call to take care of whatever you need. Over the past 7 days, we've been trying to make some of that vision a reality. And while we don't have any flying cars yet, what we have built is an army of robots that can go across the public internet, finding disparate data sources, typically in public data sources, on county websites, on government websites, and assembling them into meaningful packages that are actionable for your business. So now a little bit about the industry. The web scraping market currently stands at about $700 million annually, and it's projected to grow to over $2.5 billion in 7 years' time. The data as a service market more broadly is massive. It's sitting at around $14 billion today and moving to $76 billion in 5 years' time. That's a lot of problem space for us to work within. So what we at Datap did was ground our experience and our development with our first customer, who had business requirements of gathering data across 11 Texas counties. And it was a critical input to millions of dollars of revenue for them. So they've actually agreed to pay us tens of thousands of dollars for this data. And now I'll hand over to Sam, who can talk about some of the challenges we found and how we mitigated them.
Thanks, Kieran. Next one. Yeah. So I know what you guys are probably thinking. It's almost 2026. Have we not solved the scraping problem yet? Shouldn't it just be, I want some data, I get an answer? You'd think so, right? But the truth is, I've been working on scraping tech since 2012, and things have changed a little bit since then. The internet no longer wants to just give you its data. It knows it's valuable, and it secures it, it hides it, and can you go next? So let's look at our customer. They wanted us to to get these 11 counties of public data, public records, and they had tried in the past to automate it, but it had failed. So why did it fail? Because there's no centralized source of this data. Each county individually can choose how to provide this data to the public, and each of them choose different hosting technologies, implement different navigation on their websites, supply the data in different formats, and probably most importantly, it varies how they give access to this data to people who want it. So what did we do? I'm going to pass it off to Max to talk.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. Can you guys hear me? Yeah. So the way that we went about solving the fact that every county had like just a wildly different approach, presentation, also each county was like, would randomly change its website, not updating you when it did. The way we went about this is to actually establish what we called a critical path. So when you start with whatever your initial request is, getting all the way to your desired output, we established what deterministically would have to happen for you to get this result in these 11 counties. And for some of them, it was maybe a little bit more straightforward. For others, it was like dozens of steps. You're clicking across all kinds of different, selection fields. You're requesting different formats, etc. But we got through this critical path for all 11 counties. We then also, made sure and collected this validation set. So we just knew that at the end of each of these critical paths, we knew what we were looking for. We knew we wanted this particular kind of data. And then once we had these critical paths, what we had inherent to these critical paths is all of the tools that we could then arm an agent with to then actually do the work that we did kind of manually. We could have this agent do it in an agentic automated workflow. So what you'll see here is one example of starting off with one single like property that we wanted information about. Our agent is now making all these various tool calls and eventually getting to the data. Because of the critical path and the validation data, the validated result set that we had, we're able to make sure that the agent is working, and then and anytime it's at variance with our desired outcome, we can debug it, find out where it went wrong, update our agent. And so it's just kind of doing this like self-improving and adaptation process. And we also then empower it to work across the hundreds of Texas counties and presumably all actual 3,200 counties in the United States. So that was our solution. And with that, we had a really happy customer. And I'll kick it over to Kieran to close this out.
Awesome. Thanks, Max. So to recap, we took the process of data scraping. We built out critical paths to circumvent all of the obstacles that were in our path, then abstracted those lessons, gave them to an agent, and worked iteratively with it to teach it how to be resilient, how to document its own shortcomings, and then even brainstorming plans of how it can improve itself in the future. So for any business in the country, or frankly, anything in the public sector that's trying to make better use of unstructured data across the web, shoot us an email, give us a call. We'd love to talk to you. Thanks.
Patrick, this next one's a little close to your heart too. You're at Super Builders, ed tech company. These guys have built a pretty modular world where an educator can dynamically update learning modules and have individualized lessons for each student in the classroom. So
yeah, I'm really excited to see this one. I want to see if they're gonna want to join forces or become competition. We'll see how it plays out. But yeah, I'd like to introduce Koru.
Cool. Thank you so much for the introduction. Do we have any educators in the room tonight? Hands up, please. Yeah, this one is for you guys. Thank you. It's really hard. It's really tough being an educator today. Parents and teachers just want an engaging learning platform for their students, but their choices are limited. most products out today feel more like boring, repetitive worksheets rather than fun, exciting learning opportunity. And this is because it lacks customization, personalization, which leads to poor engagement. It also struggles to track any activity to meaningful, measurable, trackable student growth. As former educators and entrepreneurs, we believe that needs to change. And that's why we built Koru. Koru is a virtual classroom where students can explore your curriculum through engaging, entertaining gameplays and in real time. Koru is customizable. You can plug in your own content. Koru is safe. It's a private space just for your students. Koru works everywhere. We have mobile, we have desktop, we have even VR play. Your lessons, their adventures. That's Koru. Now let us show you how it actually works.
All right, let me walk through the various mini games we've implemented to showcase the endless possibilities of interactive gamified learning. First up is our history class, which we've remodeled as an art museum. So instead of reading through textbooks or learning through classrooms, we can play with these art, solve this puzzle. How do I, okay. There. That's a hard one. Okay, so once we solve it, we get to learn more about the painting. And we feel that these improve the engagement, which increases learning outcome. All right, next up, let's see what's cooking in our chemistry class.
The chemistry lab teaches kids about acids and bases. Kids learn by playing and figuring out that acids and bases neutralize each other. If an acid monster appears, you cannot neutralize it using another acid. You need to use sodium hydroxide to neutralize the acid and defeat the monster.
Okay, monster neutralized. All right, are there any signs of life in biology?
Biology SNAP teaches students biology skills and basic photography skills such as framing, composition, and proximity, building a personal field guide with scientific facts, habitats, and characteristics.
Wow, let's take a picture of a pig. Interesting, let's learn more. Fun fact, did you know pigs can play video games using joysticks with their snouts? You guys don't? Now you do. All right. Next up, Math Blitz. This is a multiplayer game where players compete to solve math problems quickly. So let's ready up. Guest? Oh, who's guest? Is the guest here? Oh, hello. All right, let's play this math game together. 9 minus 2, 7. Okay, I'll stand on the green just to show you what happens when you win. No. Okay, I'll go on purple. Okay. There, I win because you stepped on the wrong one. All right. All right, last. Physics. Guess, do you want to join? Physics? So physics is a multiplayer game where we learn about, okay, Dave's in, Tony's in. We learn about angles of reflection and refraction through a laser tag game. So I'll ready up and we can shoot these bullets that can hit the walls and bounce at different reflections and refract. Okay, they do bounce properly. And the goal of this game is to help students build that mental model of how different angles look. So when they get into higher education, such as geometry and kinematics, they are better prepared for these topics. And let me just defeat this noob. All right.
All right, thank you. So now what you saw is not just a fixed game. Koru is a classroom engine providing the foundation for AI to shape learning. So if a teacher wants to focus on vocabulary, our mini games will shift to test vocab. If the class is learning about the Civil War this week, then instead of seeing masterpieces in the arts room, the AI might shift to showcase, maps of key battles in the Civil War. This is the power of an AI-powered learning platform.
So I'm a former high school math teacher turned full stack AI engineer, and I've seen students shut down because school feels lifeless. In Koru, learning feels alive. Vibrant rooms, multiplayer mini games, and an AI agent that truly knows each child, making them compete, laugh, and learn faster in a completely safe world. This team is amazing to work with. We have a master game developer, infrastructure experts, an entrepreneur who scales ideas, all of us coding AI first to change education. If you are interested, if you're a teacher, parent, high school educator, school leader, or investor, please message us on X, DM us at Koru Play. And if you want to experience it yourself, you can visit koru.school right now. Let's build the future classrooms and change education forever.
All right, colored me impressed. Yeah. That was pretty good, not gonna lie. Yeah, I definitely have a soft spot for education, but also like the way that it was gamified. I mean, it had everybody laughing in the auditorium. It was pretty entertaining. So yeah, I'm very bullish on that product.
What are some of the things that you look for at Alpha School or Super Builders? Measurable metrics, like how do you define mastery?
Man, defining mastery can be done in several different ways. But you know, we look at everything from spaced repetition. We look at depending on different age groups too. It's like how much cognitive load could an application have or not have, and then making sure that they are continuously doing reinforcement learning and everything as well to be able to reinforce principles or even just basic knowledge of different applied learning skills like math, reading, anything like that. So I mean, it really depends on the subject and the age group, but yeah, and there's a genuine science to it every single time.
Is there a push towards making learning experiences more game-like?
I think so, depending on the age group. In the younger ages, yes, absolutely, because we're trying to develop something that's more along the lines of having intrinsic motivation, but not to the sense that it's only gamified to the point of just completing the game, but not actually remembering anything. So there's this delicate balance of cognitive load, intrinsic motivation, and then learning outcome that you have to take care of when it comes to specific age groups. Yeah, it's really interesting. Anyways, for our next project, Intelligent Agents for Landscape Supply Industry. Give it up.
Oh, sorry. There you go. Thank you. Happy demo day, everyone. My name is Ryan. I wrote my first line of code 15 years ago. And now I'm an experienced AI engineer. But 10 years ago, I owned a landscape contracting company. And I'm extremely passionate about creating beautiful landscapes. Therefore, I'm pleased to present to you my 2025 capstone project, Landscape Supply App. The Landscape Supply app is already a real product with real customers. Here's a map of registered businesses and homeowners. The landscape supply industry is huge and sees consistent year-over-year growth. Did you know that individual bags of mulch at Home Depot cost 300% more than buying from your local supplier? My app is a marketplace that sells big bulk quantities of landscape supplies at wholesale rates. Everything outdoors, under the sun. So my company's logo is a sun. While running my business for 3 years, I experienced firsthand the lack of tech in the landscape supply industry. There's no video there. Okay, so the video was just to enunciate how stressful it is that the entire landscape industry runs off of phone calls. The landscape supply industry is too busy to adopt new technology. Nobody's available on the weekends nor the evenings, which is the perfect time for shopping. When I created my first LLC a decade ago, I sold $500,000 of landscape renovation projects. For years, I dreamed of an easier way to to order products in bed at night. Now, it's always sunny in the Landscape Supply app. Immediately after the birth of most marketplaces, such as Airbnb, Uber, Instacart, their bottleneck has historically been the sellers. So the idea for Landscape Supply was simple: allow suppliers or allow the sellers to sell their landscape supplies online. But when I first began marketing Landscape Supply, I emailed thousands of landscape suppliers across the United States, but because they're rather slow at adopting new tech, I've quickly built newer tech around their antiquated patterns and habits. For my Gauntlet capstone project, I've automated scheduling of landscape supply deliveries. I've purchased a new phone number here in Austin, Texas. I've delegated phone calls and logistics to intelligent agents. So now, if you schedule a delivery of landscape supplies, then my agents will call local merchants during their hours of operation to ensure that your products are delivered when and where you need them. In this example, the customer orders a delivery of 2 tons of sand for their backyard patio project. Everything from when the customer purchases the sand to when the sand has been delivered is logistics, like API calls, phone calls, emails, notifications. Let's do a quick live demo. I'm on hotspot, unfortunately. Okay. Basically, I was just going to show where it calls my phone, and I talk to a robot that schedules a delivery of landscape supplies. And I would ask, as the supplier, I would ask questions like, what products are you purchasing? Where do you need it delivered? How are you going to pay? And it even provides my credit card information to the supplier on the phone to get those products delivered for you. This week at Gauntlet, I built voice agents to automatically call landscape supply companies on the phone. I want to thank the creatives behind Lambda School and now Gauntlet for engineering unforgettable educational experiences. Merry Christmas, everyone. If you or someone you know will be purchasing landscape supplies in 2026, then be advised that you now have a better solution. Happy New Year. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. It's kind of unusual to find an AI expert and someone who's passionate about landscaping.
The overlap there is super unique. I mean, you know what's interesting is like we actually had a hiring partner for something like that too in last cohort, specifically for contractors. Yeah, yeah, and so perfect overlaps like that do exist. It's really crazy. Real quick, I actually want to give one shout out. I think I saw him just a second ago. A shout out to some of the guys pulling the strings, behind the scenes and in front of the scenes, obviously. For Gauntlet AI. Everybody, let's give a round of applause to Ash. Where'd he go? Ash is probably, I still consider him, now I consider him a friend, but he's also still, a mentor to me. And so I just want to give him that shout out. And speaking of pulling strings, now we have Marionette. Ah.
Hello, everyone. I'm Reena Mary, and I'm here with my team to present Marionette. Marionette is a computer use agent that could be your very own personal assistant that could do your menial tasks for you and could save you a lot of time and give you back your own day so you can focus on your day-to-day tasks. So why use Marionette? When I sit at my desk to get my work done and open my computer, I just want to be productive. And then the notifications start popping up. My calendar shows me, you have a meeting in 2 minutes, no agenda. And then my Slack notifications tell me, do you have time for a quick call? And if you know me, it's never a quick call, probably an hour. And then my email notifications go, customer escalation, Sev2 incident, panic mode. And then I see my Amazon notifications. You have 2 items sitting in your cart. Do I have time for some retail therapy? Focus, Reena, Sev2 incident. At this point, I'm not even getting any work done. It feels like I'm dodging notifications like I'm in an action movie. At this point, that is why we decided to build Marionette. Marionette is a computer use agent that can handle these tasks for you and give you back your valuable time so that you can actually get your work done. So how do we use Marionette? Let's demonstrate. So, hey Marionette, I'm planning to bake a cake for the Christmas party that's in 2 days. I want to order baking soda and baking powder, and let's order it on Amazon. So I kicked off this task, and I did not actually specify the brand names, but while I'm able to chat with it mid-conversation, update the brand names, and it is able to understand that, add it to the cart, check it out, and place the order with user permissions. So that's the first demo. I'm going to hand it over to Adam.
Yeah, so as you can see, what we're imagining is that the future of computing looks pretty different, less worrying about devices and applications and more just thinking about getting your work done seamlessly wherever you are. Marionette is a taste of that future, and there are so many scenarios. For example, in my home state of Utah, I have cousins and friends, young families, work from home parents. So let's call one of them Alex. All right, so Alex is juggling kids and deadlines. They might need to take a few minutes to put a baby down for a nap or greet their kindergartner who just got home from school for a few minutes. They might need to just make coffee to get through the day. So they can grab their laptop or just their phone and they can say, hey, Marionette, find Reena's PRD email and summarize the deliverables for me. It'll open email, it'll find that section and read it aloud. Then Alex says, message Reena on Slack saying PRD looks good to go. So as you can see, Alex can be away from their desk, no fingers on keyboard, they're with their child, and work is still getting done. So for work from home parents, Marionette lets them get their work done faster and be with their families at the same time.
I'm Remy, and I'm a highly technical and incredibly busy CTO. And I'm inundated by endless tasks that are sapping my focus. I have 150 Discords to stay atop of. I have 76 repositories to keep track of. And I just wrote 45 rubric items that I then need to paste into our LLM evals dashboard. And it's death by 1,000 cuts. So here's an example task. Basically, it's very simple. I told the agent that I wanted it to walk all my repositories and read the readmes and create a summary of each one. So here it is. This is me entering the task. And it whizzes through all the repositories. And there you have it. So of course, this might not be the exact task you might want to do, but let's say you needed to do some complex change across multiple repositories, or you needed to rotate your secret keys across different services. You can have Marionette do that for you. So there you go.
All right. Hi, I'm Peter. I've been at AWS for 7 years. Here's my deal. When I'm in an office, I don't want to be at my desk 24/7. I just dread it. Cramps my style, not my thing. And some of the cohort can vouch for this as well. So enter Marionette. I don't have to be tied to my desk 24/7 because some of my best work comes when I'm away from my desk. Here's a great example. The other day, I was here coding, getting a lot done, really locked in, but I just needed a break, truly just exhausted, could not take it anymore. I needed to lay down, but I wanted to kind of continue, being locked in. So I just logged into Marionette on my phone, tapped into my computer, and I was able to keep Claude coding, Xcoding, and debugging my application live from my phone at a sub 10 millisecond latency. So I can be on the toilet, in bed, on the couch, wherever I need, and still getting work done all the time. Now, this is not all that Marionette is good for. It's not good for just remote execution on your laptop, okay? It can control, as you've seen, your laptop for you. So another good example here, if I say, hey, Marionette, I need a client dinner booked tonight, ASAP, downtown Austin, make it happen. Marionette will go ahead and navigate intelligently to OpenTable, find a restaurant, search for it, book a time, and then complete the reservation all on its own. One less task for me to worry about, one less headache on my end. And you see it, completes the reservation right there. Okay, so computer use agents, just speaking generally, it's still early. They're still pretty new. They're not perfect, but they're getting better every day. Our long-term view on personal workflows is that it's going to change drastically over the next 5 to 10 years. We think eventually you're going to see a point where you can be just as productive away from your desk, away from your laptop as you are today at your desk, at your laptop. Our goal is not to necessarily build the most perfect model for computer use, but rather to get to a point where we can get from point A to point B and build sort of these scaffolding steps to get to that end result. And along the way, build also and provide a useful tool that you can use today with a human in the loop system that will help you be more productive, not for a promise tomorrow, but again, today. So try Marionette, join our waitlist today. We have a QR code here. Thank you.
Is this something you're going to productionize in the very near future?
We absolutely can. I think that I would like to start with productionizing the application and adding some of the basic features for some of the autonomous workflows. Again, I think computer use is great, but I don't think it can do your entire workflow for you just yet. So there is some steps there. I would love to productionize this and release this on the App Store if there's interest. So that's definitely something I'm looking into.
We got another prediction research agent market.
Prediction markets are eating
gotta
the
keep
world
it
right
together.
now. So it's it's really interesting. Really interesting thing to see everybody building on top of this concept of just prediction markets. So without any further ado, here's Onda.
Hey, everyone. So forecasting is universal. It shapes governments, moves financial markets, and informs everyday decisions. Historically, AI has been outperformed by human forecasters, but this is changing. With agentic reasoning and deep research, we are now entering a new frontier in AI-based forecasting, where predictions can be made in real time based on the latest information. We're Onda, and we're building the cursor for prediction market trading. In prediction markets, the hardest part isn't trading. It's finding information that actually matters. So what we did was we built a research agent that continuously finds and synthesizes relevant information for any prediction market. Across news, data, and expert sources, we're able to turn it into clear, actionable trade recommendations. Let's take a look at how this works in practice. We start by picking a live prediction market, and this one asks, which will be the largest company in the world by market cap on June 30th, 2026. And All we have to do is kick off the agent, and it does what a human analyst does. And eventually, the agent comes up with a clear prediction. For this, it seems like Alphabet is the company with the highest upside. Not financial advice.
Why do traders use Onda? And how are they using it to win? Onda intelligence layer is an agentic reasoning engine. It sees what you see, the prices, the volatility, the liquidity, and everything you don't. It scans the news, expert commentary, data feeds, historical analogs, cross-market signals, and previous market behaviors. It even creates scenario trees to tell you how the prices move. Onda is a cognitive exoskeleton. You're still in control, but with Onda, you're training with signal, not noise. Onda makes you win with better reasoning. And now let's talk about the information advantage.
Great. So even the most advanced models today and in the future still need to be grounded in public data pulled from the web. The more interesting question is, how can we get our agents to pull data from proprietary sources and information behind paywalls? That's why we built Onda Data Pro. This is a server framework. Any third party can stand up and stream private data into an Onda agent or any other agent framework that can utilize an MCP. The core challenge here is trust. How can these agents trust that the third parties are streaming them authentic data rather than something that's manipulated or hallucinated? So our solution uses trusted execution environments on AWS Nitro. That way, not only can the agents get back the private data, but they can verify its provenance cryptographically. Behind me, you see one such example. This is a use case kind of pertaining to our original example. You can see an agent using the MCP to pull down data behind a paywall and verify that it's actually authentic. But beyond this use case in general, our thesis is that the value of AI, the value of compute, is going to move from scale to trust. Imagine a world in the future of agents generating near infinite content, fabricating sources, manipulating markets. In this world, trustless, verifiable communication channels between your data sources and your agents is going to be at a premium. This is the world we anticipate, and we're building the framework for it.
If winning excites you, then we've got something in common, first of all. But more importantly, you should go to our website, Onda.markets, and sign up for a waitlist to be among the first to try our new product. Also, feel free to slide into our DMs anytime. Thank you.
You can see me fading. I got to get that Gauntlet mentality locked in right now. This is our final presentation. And this is a pretty interesting one because it's about music and generating music from scratch. They did this all in a week. 3 of them aren't musicians. This guy, Nick, is a professional musician.
Well, we got a second one here too.
Wait, you're a professional?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I apologize.
It's actually just me who's not music.
Okay.
Yeah, we got 3 musicians. That's right. Yeah. And yeah, no, this one I'm actually super excited about because it's not often, and I may even ask you a few questions after this, that you have musicians that are actually bullish about AI. But that's something we'll talk about at the end. But anyways, let's go ahead and introduce Prelude.
Hi, everyone.
Is it on? Okay, we are the last presentation you'll see today, so congrats on making it this far. But we spent the last 7 days working on Prelude. My name is Ariel Gardner. I'm an AI engineer, and I also DJ and produce music.
My name is Nick Blaskovich. I am an AI engineer, and I'm also a professional guitarist and pianist.
I'm Michael Korn. I'm an AI and product engineer. I've played guitar and saxophone for 15 years.
And my name is Tom Bauer, and I am an AI engineer, but have no musical talent to speak of.
Thank you, team. So the current landscape of creating music is that you could work with an expensive and tedious digital audio workstation. You could use traditional education methods, which can cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. You end up not making very much money, and it could take decades. Or you could use AI generation tools like Suno, where you give all of your best, most thought out ideas to AI and it does all the creation for you. All the current methods take the human out or the play out of created music. Now with Prelude, we're trying to answer the question of what's going to happen if we continue on this path. We're concerned that if we use AI to replace us, we're going to end up with an artless world. And where does that leave the human? Next. With Prelude, you can increase your creativity. We can decrease the barriers of entry to learning and get rid of tedious processes in music.
Yeah, so we built Prelude because we believe that all of the existing AI music tools just completely remove the human from the actual creative process, right? A lot of these tools are technically impressive. They're already capable of producing high quality music, but they totally obscure the actual process of like what it takes to create a song. So one of the great strengths of AI is that it enables us to learn much faster and to take on, new domains that maybe we know nothing about, or take on challenges that we would have previously deemed too daunting. So with that in mind, we've built our product so that you're working alongside the agent in a musically native environment from day one. This means the agent has access to tooling that would be familiar to professional musicians, and you're learning alongside as you create your song. So we've taken out the tedious parts of the process and left just that right level of ownership that gives you kind of pride in your creative output. So basically all we're trying to do at the end of the day is to get more people making more music. So the tool that you're about to see was built in 1 week and is already capable of producing complex musical arrangements. And we've been doing all this within the confines of what's known as MIDI sound fonts. These are basically freely available digital instrumentation. And with just a few $1,000s, we'd be able to quickly integrate our tool essentially with kind of the highest quality premium digital sounds, the type of things that professional musicians use in their compositions. And so this is basically what determines the actual instruments that the agent can work with within this environment.
So I want to quickly see, just by show of hands, who in the room has ever tried to learn how to play an instrument? They're like, I'm going to learn guitar, I'm going to learn piano. Who to this day still plays that instrument? That's a lot of hands that just went down. So the idea behind Prelude is, what if we made it to where the barrier of entry is very low and you can actually have fun making music? And so imagine this scenario. So as an AI engineer, we're taught here in the cohort how to interact with an agent such that our idea becomes a fully fledged product in very short amount of time, even if, for instance, I've never coded in Swift before, but I can build a Swift app. Very similarly, Prelude, the idea behind it is, if you've never played piano, if you've never played guitar, that shouldn't be the limiting barrier to be able to create music. And so going to take you to kind of a demo of what this looks like. So I hope that this sound is going to work. Looks like that's muted. Okay, so that's my wonderful voice. Thank you, thank you. I'm singing to Prelude this idea that I have for a song. And Prelude is going to take this soundbite, this recording that it just made of me, and it's going to transfer it into a digital space. And some of you might be a little ahead of me here. Alrighty, I'll take it over to Ariel.
Prelude understands notes, chord structure, and music theory. You're able to interact with an agent to build out more on that initial idea you had. And the idea is that anyone with any level of musical experience can come into the app and go from their idea to a song in just a few minutes.
So then finally, you get to a point where you're pretty happy with the song, and it might sound a little something like this.
Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations on finishing Gauntlet. If you'd like to get involved, please reach out. If you've always wanted to create music, but you haven't had the time, I can stop yelling now. Then hit the QR code. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
I don't think that was intentional, but that was probably the best way to end presentations. Like, honestly, that couldn't have ended any better. Anyways, I want to invite one last person up on the stage, and this all goes to this one person who has founded and created Gauntlet AI. Give it up for Austin Allred.
Awesome. First of all, really good to see everybody. And more than anything, I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you to everybody who came and watched. I know it's a long slew of demos, and impressive as they may be, there are still a lot of them and a lot to go through. So thank you for coming out. And it goes without saying, thank you to all of the Gauntlet challengers. Let's give them a round of applause. I have one of the coolest jobs in the world. I get to watch people transform before my eyes. I get to watch them encounter life-changing challenges. I get to watch them take on life-changing roles. And I just feel really, really fortunate and blessed to be able to interact with all of you and see, watch you go on into your careers and see the change that you all make in the world. So it's an honor to be with you. And last but not least, a thank you to the Gauntlet staff, specifically to Jonathan for helping us put this demo day on and get everybody ready. We've got a bunch of Gauntlet media team in the back. We've got Rebecca back here. Let's see, who else do I see? I see Tom, Sean, Carson. We're going to say thank you to Ash and Brett, even though neither of them are in the room. I am one of the people who get to see how much folks sacrifice to make Gauntlet work. Not just the challengers, but the staff and their families. And despite all that they're going through, making sure to be here working insanely long hours and making Gauntlet happen. Gauntlet's definitely not me, is 1000% those folks. So thank you to the Gauntlet staff. And with that being said, we are going to wrap up for today. The challengers, we've got graduation in a couple of days that we're excited to see you all at. Thank you to all the people who tuned in online. Last count, I believe we're at somewhere around 150,000 people who had tuned in at one time or another to watch what you all have built. So that's really, really cool and frankly, well-deserved, and I'm not surprised. But we've got dinner out back. I'll let everybody have time to mix and mingle. And, you know, I know I've said pretty much only thank yous so far, but I want you all to know how cool it is to see, you know, a ragtag group of individuals show up on a doorstep in Austin, Texas 7 weeks ago. See how much work you've all put in, see how much sacrifice there's been. The number of all-nighters is not small. The amount of frustration that you've all dealt with, the amount of learning that you have endured, the amount of code that you've written and rewritten and destroyed and then accidentally deleted and then rewritten is pretty wild. So from all of us who get to hire all of you challengers and get to work with all of you challengers, thank you all for making the sacrifice of putting in those 1,000 hours and becoming Gauntlet champions. All right, that's going to be it for now. Thank you so much, and we'll all go have dinner and hang out. Well-deserved break.